added cells, a prison yard, and a guard station. The goal was to make the prison feel real enough to shape behavior. Next, he selected 24
power, honestly, power and control, because control is power. And that's a big criticism I have of a lot of organized religions proceedings, and how, like, a lot of, not every, obviously, like, church or pastor or individual is doing something wrong, but a lot of these things, like, people end up doing fucked up shit because, like, a lot of stuff in belief sets in general, something that might seem peaceful, is rooted in control, and control is power.
College students to take part in the 2-week experiment. Zimbardo split them up into 2 groups. One group became guards, the other became prisoners. To help the guards feel powerful, Zimbardo gave them whistles, batons, and mirrored sunglasses. The sunglasses hid the guards' eyes, making it easier to act without empathy. Zimbardo never told the guards to be cruel or misuse their power. He simply gave them authority and watched what happened. The prisoners, on the other hand, were stripped of anything personal. They wore identical clothing that erased their individuality. Their names were replaced with ID numbers,
so that they would begin to think of themselves anonymously as numbers and no longer as people with names and identities.
From the start, the imbalance was clear. On the first day, the guards were polite and careful. They still saw the prisoners as fellow students.
This is unbelievable. They took my clothes.
Hands off the door.
Soon, the mood began to shift.
On day 2, there was a very sharp change in the whole nature of what was happening in that prison.
The guards started raising their voices. Guards punished prisoners for minor mistakes. Their authority was settling in.
The guards then began to escalate their use of power. Some of them had prisoners clean out toilet bowls with their bare hands.
If a prisoner resisted, they were locked in a small closet. This was their version of solitary confinement. Within the first 4 days, 3 prisoners were so affected that they were released. By the 5th day, the remaining prisoners looked exhausted. When they lined up for inspection, they seemed scared.
You see how he did that, boys?
Yes, sir, Mr. Correct Officer.
The guards acted differently too. They were now tyrannical. It seemed like they forgot that they were just students in an experiment. The situation was out of control. It was just a matter of time before someone got hurt.
And at that point, we said, enough, we have to end this.
The experiment was scheduled to last 14 days, but Zimbardo shut it down on the 6th day. In 1972, Zimbardo talked about his
Dude, and you wonder how bad it would have gotten. There's a whole movie on that, too, and how, like, some of them literally tried to escape. Like, they genuinely treated it like it was prison.
Experiment at conferences. He also released a film showing real footage of what happened. Public reaction was intense. Some people refused to believe the results. They argued that Zimbardo unknowingly selected people who were predisposed to authoritarianism. But others believed the experiment proved Zimbardo's theory. Normal people can change when placed into powerful or powerless roles. Decades later, the Stanford prison experiment.
I think this is an extreme example as well. I think if you were to redo the Stanford prison experiment, I don't think in every situation the guards would become this weird, like, fear-mongering, power-wielding, like, dictators, you know? I think a lot of the time they would just treat it as, like, some stupid experiment. But I think it does show that most people in a position of power are more likely to abuse that power than not.
The consequences of this next experiment affected thousands of people and lasted for decades. Project 4.1. Project 4.1 was officially described
All right, lock in.
as a medical study. Scientists wanted to understand how radiation affects the human body, but this experiment was never planned in advance. It began because of a disaster. In the early 1940s, the US set out to build the most powerful weapon ever created, a nuclear bomb. But there was only one way to know if they were on the right track. They needed to test the nukes they were making. Testing meant detonation. The military needed a remote location to blow stuff up without drawing attention. They chose the Marshall Islands in the Pacific Ocean.
The Marshall Islands is mostly made up of atolls, which are ring-shaped coral reefs with a lagoon in the middle.
But those islands weren't empty. People lived there. Nuclear testing in that region put the locals at risk. But the military moved forward anyway.
Between 1946 and 1958, the US carried out a series of nuclear tests, detonating 67 giant bombs in the Marshall Islands.
The tests continued for years. The explosions grew more powerful. It was just a matter.
And I feel like the test not only probably gave the people of the islands radiation poisoning, but wouldn't it affect all of their food supply and shit as well? But they weren't all nukes. They were probably just bigger bombs. But even then, you're just like killing the environment. like all around there. So even if there weren't people, you're just fucking the ecosystem in that area.
Matter of time before something went wrong. On March 1st, 1954, the military carried out another test.
The shockwave visibly roared across the ocean and hit the camera ship miles away.
But scientists miscalculated the strength of the blast. It was more than twice as powerful as predicted. A cloud of radioactive debris shot into the sky, and it drifted toward the nearby islands.
And then there was the wind. It blew in a different direction than what the scientists expected.
Oh, so they didn't blow it up that close, but they didn't calculate for the potentiality that it would be like drifted elsewhere.
And carried nuclear fallout to nearby populated islands.
On the ground, locals noticed something falling from the sky. It looked like powder.
My cousin Erosi, he was on top of a tree whenever the powder fell.
Kids played in the powder. Adults touched it. Everyone
Oh my God. Wouldn't you die in like weeks?
breathed it in. It got on everything: clothing, food, and even toys that the kids played with. The exposure continued for days. They had no idea that it was toxic. After the fallout, the researchers faced a choice. They could warn the locals and evacuate them, or they could treat it as a research opportunity. Behind closed doors, military leaders and scientists made their decision. Instead of evacuating the locals, they decided to use them as test subjects. They called it Project 4.1. The US knew the danger that the contamination posed, but didn't share that information with the locals. As health problems began to appear, medical teams arrived on the islands. They claimed they were there to help, and they did provide some medical care, but in reality, they were mostly collecting data.
And after testing nuclear weapons on their islands, the US studied the Marshallese people without their consent.
The experiment continued for years. Findings from Project 4.1 were published in US medical journals. The health effects were studied, documented, and shared. Eventually, the Marshallese became their own nation.
The Marshall Islands gained its independence from the United States in 1979.
By then, many locals already understood they were harmed by the testing. In the 1990s, newly declassified documents revealed more details about Project 4.1. Finally, the world realized how the victims were treated as test subjects. The project was condemned worldwide. Some even believed.
But like, what happened to them? Like, obviously it's fucked up, but like, did they have higher increases odds of cancer and tumors? Did some people just like flat out die? Like what? Because they were far enough away from the bomb that it wasn't as immediate as like Hiroshima or like Nagasaki. Like the people there literally would just die from the fallout, or it like fucked up future generations even.
The radiation exposure wasn't accidental and that it was premeditated. Sadly, decades later, many Marshallese people are still living with the effects of the blast. History taught us a lesson through these experiments. When we treat people like test subjects, we lose our humanity. My friends, progress should never come at the cost of innocent people's lives. So whatever you're building, make sure you're not destroying someone else to get there. Visual Venture.
Wow, that was a good video. That was actually a really good fucking video. Use a literal baby for an experiment is crazy. Power can bring out the rest of people. I mean, you don't even need an experiment to see that's true. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like half of these, it's like, all right, yo, let's run this experiment to just prove something that we already know. I gotta piss, and we're gonna hop in.
About this challenge. Let's see how many of these things I can get down to add it to the total. 1, 2, 3. Can you take a video of me by any chance? Yeah, no problem. Hey, Mom and Dad. I know you guys said not to come home until I fix my addiction. But look, you can have fun and still have a drink. Love you guys. Hey guys, little update from in the bathroom. Might have bit off more than I can chew. Also, check out the posters they have above the urinals. What is that?
That is creepy.
But instead of crying like a little baby, let's get surfing. At first,
Shits himself. Shit, you just see a shit streak wave. Stomach's still not feeling great. Got to get on the wave pool though, or not the wave pool, whatever the fuck this
I
is.
felt not one,
the flow rider,
but twice, and might have exposed my butt crack quite a bit here. But eventually, I got the hang of it. I look pretty cool, right guys? I then grabbed 2 blue cocktails that I slammed for the intro of this video. Absolutely crushed. Oh my gosh.
Bro didn't eat the maraschino cherry that came with it. That's the best part. If any time I get a drink and they give me, bro, it could even be like a beer. They would never do that. Any drink you give me, if you add a maraschino cherry to it, I'm immediately thinking that's a better experience. Olives? Oh, fuck no.
I have a massive plate of Mexican food in front of me. I got some rice, a beef burrito, a little quesadilla, and some nachos that I absolutely loaded up with beef and cheese. I also got a lemon.
Another take. Nachos stress me out. Whenever I'm at a restaurant and somebody's like, ooh, they got nachos. They got the loaded nachos. And they order it and I see the plate come out and it's an actual mountain of fucking queso, chips, guac, meat, salsa. I'm like, how do you, it's stressful. It's like it's like looking and understanding a paradox. It's like solving a puzzle. And I told my friend that like 4 days ago when we were at a restaurant and he got fucking nachos and he was like, dude, I love this. It's too much. You don't know where do you start? Where does it end? Wherever you want. That's the freedom of it, I guess. I don't know. I just don't want to look at it.
And the best drink to
I'm sick.
pair with Mexican food, a Corona with a lime. I am gonna eat. I'm so full.
You didn't put the lime in the Rona.
I got myself a milkshake from the onboard Johnny Rockets and walked my way over to the hot dog stand. This is gonna sound crazy, but recently I ruined the taste of hot dogs for myself. I did a little something called the 999 challenge. Basically, you try to drink 9 beers and eat 9 hot dogs within 9 innings of a baseball game. And I'm proud to announce that this is gonna go on my second channel. That's right, guys. I'm starting a second one. It's gonna be called Pack Gembrook.
It's just the reverse of his name.
Pretty funny, right? It'll be the first link in the description. Please go subscribe and watch the video. It'll be live at the time you're watching.
I've never tried the 999 challenge, but I think the only thing that's hard is the hot dogs. I think 9 beers in 9 innings, you're going to be drunk, but that's like a very doable amount of alcohol for an average person in like 4 hours.
Anyways, I'm gonna eat this hot dog. Definitely brings me back to the challenge, but hey, the everything bun is a nice touch. Here's my unicorn right here. Don't mind me, just profiting. Nothing more. Definitely not having fun. All right, I got a big fancy dinner reservation.
That grown guy behind him looks like he had no fun on that fucking carnival ride.
In a couple of hours at 8 o'clock. I was trying to decide what I should do for the time being, and when in doubt, there's always one option.
Day
all right, guys,
drinking.
I'm here with my bartender. Let's go. What's your name?
My name is Glass.
I'm gonna take this cruise ship down. I mean, no. Thank you. Vodka Red Bull.
Yeah, if he actually went reasonable prices, like he's doing $12 mixed drinks and it's not costing the cruise ship $12, but that's what you would pay, maybe even a little bit more at an actual restaurant, so I'm fine with that.
Oh, that's so strong. You trying to kill me? Oh my God. Klaus got me right. Let's go. Bottoms up.
Oh God.
All right, I should probably be done. Nope, I'm good. Nope, I'm good. Can I get one more drink? Yes, thank you. Drinking this glass of champagne and watching the beautiful sunset made me think to myself, this is the coolest job in the world. This is the coolest job in the world. Oh, the voiceover already said that? I decided to head back to my room to prepare myself for a big night.
The tip bucket! Oh, there's gum in it!
Still
There's gum in it!
nothing. Oh, no, something. We
Awesome!
added a chewed
A free piece of gum! Score!
piece of gum. That's a hate crime. Yeah?
If I get something, I will put on your room.
All right, thank you. Hey, I appreciate that so much.
Finish your dinner?
I have a reservation tonight.
Oh, great.
A fancy one. Let's go.
Enjoy.
Hey, yo, fit check. This is one of the best restaurants on board, and it's very important because this is going to be, hopefully, a massive way for us to profit. I trekked my way to the most expensive restaurant on the ship, and the
Oh, Oh, hibachi alone, though. You gotta sit with a fucking group of randos. I hate that about hibachi. That's the one thing that I despise. I would love to book a private hibachi table. If honestly, you don't even need to book a private one. You need to if you're doing hibachi, go with the amount of people the hibachi fills. Because if you go with if you go to like 2 to 5 people, you're gonna have like a couple sitting at the same table as you, and it's just so fucking weird. So now he's gonna be with a group of randos, and then you get picked for the egg toss, and he's like, open your mouth.
Only way I could explain this was, this is so fancy. Wow. Let's go, baby. Thank you so much. And now it was time to profit big. Can I do a glass of sugar-free Red Bull? Crispy uzimi, snow spicy, and a
Oh, he's not doing hibachi. He's just sitting at a table. Makes way more sense.
champagne lobster roll. I honestly feel bad for the chefs that they have to cook all of that food. Now, while I see how many plates of food I can consume, I'm gonna do a little bit of multitasking and let you guys in on one of the most OP products.
I'm sorry, Jack. I'm skipping that.
I'm done. Good night. And it was going to be a good night indeed because we were just getting started. In order to not let this night go to waste, I decided to get a couple more champagnes and then
Oh, that guy's fucking hammered, dude. You can see it in his fucking eyes. Looking right through
In
him.
order to not let this night go to waste, I decided to get a...
That's how you know, bro. If say I'm having a conversation with you. We're just talking and I'm like this. Now, if I'm drunk, do you notice the difference? Looking at you. Looking through you. Looking at you. Looking through you.
couple more champagnes and then decided to go even...
You're just crossing your eyes? I'm not. I'm looking past the camera.
And got not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 more glasses of champagne. On the way back to my room, I grabbed a couple water bottles and somehow got myself to take down 2 more glasses of champagne. Guys, there's still nothing in our...
Well, I mean, he has it in a bad spot. It's just a random hallway. People are going to foot traffic.
Gift bucket. That's the end of day 2. I am exhausted. I just pounded 8 champagnes. If my calculations are correct, so far we've profited $856. That means tomorrow we have to go even harder. So I gotta
Is
get
tomorrow the last day?
some sleep. Good night.
Tomorrow the last day he's got to double it?
Good morning. Today's a big day. Let's do this.
Oh my god, there's money.
Way.
Oh my god.
Something happened in our gift basket.
Okay, I would kind of feel bad, though, if they gave me any amount of substantial money. You know what I mean? If there's a $5 in there, you know, that's whatever. I'd take that shit. If somebody leaves you like $100, I'd be like, oh.
Here? Oh.
You just conned that person.
Oh my god. $4. Let's go. Oh my gosh. Add that to the profit, baby. With an
Go gamble with it! Now put it on the casino!
absolutely beautiful start to what would be our most intense day yet, I went to the most fancy buffet on board for breakfast. I decided it would be a good idea to go kind of late on breakfast this morning so I can pace myself because today's gonna be next to impossible. I got some assorted fruit.
Yeah, salami at breakfast, isn't it, Jack? I'm sorry. Getting a little charcuterie board here is not the vibe. An untoasted bagel, plain.
Some meat and some cheese, a plain bagel, a beautiful looking yogurt parfait, an orange juice, and a coffee. I just heard they canceled our second stop in the Bahamas due to...
Oh my god, that is like a metric shitload of cream cheese in that bagel. Never mind. What the fuck? Y'all would want that much? How much? Is that too much or too little cream cheese? That is way too much. I know people like the schmear on that shit. I think that is like eating a fucking hockey puck of cream cheese. That's disgusting.
Some cheese.
That's just right. No.
A plain bagel.
Yeah.
A beautiful looking yogurt parfait, an orange juice, and a coffee. I just heard they canceled our second stop in the Bahamas due to weather conditions, but that's okay with me because I'm here to stay on this cruise and profit. I'm hoping this food will revitalize me. Let's eat. After picking up a smoothie, I needed something that was really gonna wake me up. The Abyss. Apparently, this is the tallest dry slide in the world. Let's take this
Dry slide?
puppy for a ride.
Oh, you sit on a fucking carpet. Never mind. I was gonna say, imagine sliding that down. Just fucking rug burn. Just slide burn right all over your legs. Your skin just peels off. Yeah, imagine falling off this thing, though, or like your knee clips the side. I feel like that would instantly tear your skin off.
Oh my God, holy shit.
Like sliding on asphalt.
That was way crazier than I thought it was gonna be. I think I need a drink after that one. And to pair with this drink, there was nothing better than an entire plate of food. All right, guys, we got a big old plate of food here, a fruit punch, and a mimosa. Somehow, some way, I have regained my appetite and low-key my will to live. I'm gonna slam this meal, drink these beverages, and then we're gonna get on our way because we have a lot of profiting to do. One of each dessert.
Yo, he is eating so much sugar. Nah, this is like the fucking... Dude, this is like too much. Too much. I feel like I would constantly be like worried I'm gonna have a heart attack. Like I'd be manually breathing the whole day.
Yeah, I'm a big back.
This ain't Dirty Balkan, dude. That is every dessert he said on the menu.
Cake. This one is easily the best. Then I thought, why not just slam 3 crazy strong cocktails? Bad idea.
Oh my God, that looks so bad. That looks so bad. Oh my God. I would have no fun here. Like, no fun. This woman is the vibes. Just slouched over, sitting on this fucking seat, feet in the water, like, ugh. Pool water smelled like sunscreen and pee. What percentage of this pool is pee? Yeah. I'm gonna go 5%.
It's 6 versus 7.
6, 7.
There we go. Do you want to kick the ball or do you want to be goalie?
Goalie.
Goalie? Okay, come on over. You're the kicker. Look how massive the goal looks compared to her. The ball is now in play. So whenever you're ready.
Okay.
He gets 1 kick.
Good try, girl. This is hard because you're very adorable, but you have been eliminated. I'm sorry.
Do I go down the stairs?
The only way off is to jump down there. Goodbye, Livin. Bye. Don't worry, there's a...
Why do we always like CGI? I feel like this is probably like 6 feet off the ground. I don't understand like we're at a soccer pit in the sky. Like, why can't we just be in a soccer arena?
Big foam pit down there. Let's keep playing. Will the youngest please step forward? Come on over here, 10. Who are you thinking?
Her.
19?
19.
Oh my gosh.
I'll be the kicker.
And you think you can take her on?
It's because she's a girl. I feel like she's gonna be too slow. She's done.
She's done.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't like the, the reasoning because obviously he's like, oh, it's because she's a girl. But like, out of all of the other picks, if I was 10, I would also probably go against her. It is sexist, but I'm saying like, my reasoning wouldn't be it's because she's a woman. It would be, well, the other guys look very athletic. I don't think she statistically would be the best at soccer.
It's in play. Take your time. There's no rush.
He just chunks the ball over the fucking net. That would be hilarious. Oh, no, that windup was bad. She saves it. Yeah, she saves that.
No, Jimmy!
Okay, bye. How do we make a pick here at 12?
22.
22? You didn't even want to think on it.
22? Why are you going against 22? I'm picking the 40-year-old. What? You just picked the most athletic guy in the room. Why would you pick him? I'm not picking 22 or 28. Anybody else would be a solid pick.
12 is the kicker. 22 is the goalie. Oh, he is moving.
Any man's game.
Take your time, no pressure. Oh, he's just going for it.
said, any man's game.
Oh! It's time for the Granny Slayer to stand up. Playing the clip.
Being 40.
I think he's sleeping on me.
Oh, okay.
I'll be kicking.
I'm also picking 40. I don't think anybody else. I'm picking 40. Then I'm probably picking whatever this guy is, 30 something. Then 35, 28.
Been on me.
Oh, okay.
I'll be kicking.
Do you want to look at the Whatnot logo? The sponsor of this video?
Oh, I'm looking at it.
We're actually giving away over $1 million on Whatnot, but I'll tell you about it later in the video.
Yo, did anybody solve his fucking puzzle?
It's live. You touch it, it's your kick.
What the fuck are we? What the fuck are we doing, dude? Oh my god. Over the net.
Oh, he missed! He missed!
You freaked me.
Come on over, 17.
All right.
Go hug him before you lose. 17.
On God, I'm begging Mr. Beast for another go.
Go say bye.
Oh, 7 wants to say goodbye.
Oh
Why is he crying?
my goodness.
Are they like brothers?
Hey, buddy. You really are, okay? You got this. You're in the top 6, all right?
Hey, you got this, Gunner.
Are you going to win it all for 17? You're going to miss your friend?
Hey, you got this, buddy. You got this.
Round of applause, everyone.
No, everyone wants happy ending.
You got this, buddy. That's where I hand him. That's where I hand him my Deadpool switchblade, and I go, when everybody's on a break, cut somebody's Achilles. You're outmatched here. You're outclassed. You're losing this unless you cheat.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the opportunity.
You want to like belly flop or fall backwards?
I'll belly flop.
Goodbye. Who's next? I don't know how he's gonna pick this.
My friends play soccer. I gotta do them proud, you know.
You play soccer?
I did rec league.
Oh my gosh! Who are we eliminating? 20?
See, you can't be saying that though. See, that's like so risky to say that because now he's hyping himself up, and then if he chunks the ball over the net, then it's just so ass. Like you can't be like, oh, I'm actually pretty good at soccer. I play rec.
So, I mean, I was
like you say that after
thinking about it. And Isaac, 33, I want to go against him.
Okay.
I'm gonna be kicker.
Kicker. All right, you're gonna be goalie.
All right.
According to data, he is the closest to his prime of anyone left.
Are you allowed to fake it?
Oh my gosh! Whoa, that was a rocket.
Thank you.
That was a freaking rocket.
Hey, nice job, man. Thank you.
Oh! Oh! Okay.
That was crazy.
All right, let's play our final soccer game.
I'm kicking the ball.
You're kicking?
I'm kicking.
He's kicking, okay. The final round. After this, we will have our top 6. Oh, 35, he's cheating to the side. Is that a mind game?
Yo, dude, $250,000 on the line, bro, and you just rip it 20 feet to the right.
I just whiffed, dude.
If it makes you feel better.
I get him trying to fake it.
I don't think you could have kicked it any worse. Don't kill me. Now we have our final 6. One of which won $250,000. Let's keep going. We're about to push these contestants to their absolute limit. Come on in.
Whoa, yo.
No.
Go stand on the tower that matches your age.
This is crazy.
Each of you have a rope with a mannequin weighing exactly 10% your body weight on the other end. And every 5 minutes, the weight will increase by another 10%. And the only rule is, don't drop your mannequin.
I am locked in on this for actually an hour. I am 10% of my weight. I feel like this is so easy. Yeah, number 7's cooked. Just off of sheer body weight, like he's not going to be able to hunker it down.
Guards, hand them their rope. Let's find.
Being like 180 is the best weight for this game. Like calisthenics. Like the guy that's like age 35, he's probably like 220. That's so fucked. Because, like, after 30 minutes, he's just going to be casually holding, like, 80 pounds.
Find out who wants to win this $250,000 the most. And we're off.
I'm scared. My fingers hurt.
Is this hard for anyone?
Fingers hurt 7 seconds in.
Not at this weight.
No.
Okay. All right, it's been 5 minutes. Bring up more weight.
Whenever you guys are ready to drop, just drop it, okay?
This is so bad. My fingers already hurt.
10% of your body weight has been added.
Are you allowed to wrap it around your wrist? I would just do that. Or do they have to grip strength that shit? My hands sweat like crazy. That'd be my worry.
How's it feel?
This is a little harder.
10% makes
Failed end of the world predictions. Papa Meat.
I don't want to set the world.
The recent one on TikTok. What do you think those people are doing now? If you don't know about that, there was a lot of people on TikTok recently that were selling their homes and cars and giving away all their items, putting their kids up for adoption. Not a lot. It was probably like 100 people. But there were people that definitively tried to get like rid of all their goods for the rapture. Because they believed that the world was ending and the devil or demons were going to take over Earth and they were going to be sucked into heaven. And there were like rapture tip videos on how you should stand outside so you don't get stuck on your ceiling, which I thought was kind of stupid because if you were getting raptured, you would think that God would just be able to morph you through the wall. But a lot of people were seemingly worried that there would be something blocking their headspace and they would be kind of stuck to the ceiling like you're in one of those UFO carnival rides. And God would be trying to rapture you, but he would give up because your drywall was blocking you.
Welcome back to the Papa Beat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're gonna
roofs are rapture proof.
Talk about end of the world predictions throughout time. There has always been the prevalent belief that we are living in the end times, right? We are always living in the end times, whether it's natural disasters, nationwide pandemics, or something based on religious scripture. It's always a looming fear that hangs upon many people's heads. People have predicted when the world will.
I do kind of wish. Whoa. I do kind of wish that. Sorry, that I lost my train of thought there. There was a lot of. Okay. Anyways, I kind of wish that I was around. Well, I was around, but not 10. I was 10 years old during the 2012 apocalypse. Anybody remember that? Like, I didn't hear about that shit until way later. I kind of wish that I was able to experience in my current conscious form the mass hysteria that was the 2012 apocalypse, where a lot of people full believed that the world was going to end in 2012.
Meet its end, even as far back as the first millennium. These predictions often resulted in a mass hysteria, with believers going to great lengths to prepare themselves physically and emotionally for their fine.
I love Doomsday Preppers, though. That show's awesome. My favorite part is the first 5-second intro. My name's Dale, and I'm getting ready for a fucking sun flare. There's a lot of realistic ones like that. And then it'll be like, my name's... I don't know why I'm always doing like a brutish Southern male, but my name's John, and I'm getting ready for the zombie apocalypse. Okay, pal. He himself is also working on the rabies offshoot that he wants to unleash to the public because he wants the zombie apocalypse to happen a little too much.
All day. The most recent iteration of this endlessly recurring phenomenon can be found on TikTok, taking shape in a specific community known as Christian talk.
A very small subsection of Christian talk, though. Like the majority of it was like 99.9% of Christians on Christian talk were like, guys, the rapture's not happening tomorrow. Guys, this is a little unreal.
The only God, the white Christian God. Jesus, blonde hair, blonde mullet, blue eyes, flip-flops, and a Dale Earnhardt tattoo. the Intimidator. Recently, there has been a ton of Christians on TikTok freaking out about the rapture that was set to take place on September 23rd and 24th. That was rapture talk grew as...
Bro, what I hate about this is, say at some point, it's in our lives, we have like, what was that movie with the meteor with Leonardo DiCaprio? And the meteor was going to hit Earth, and like nobody believed it initially. It will straight up be Don't Look Up. If we have a Don't Look Up scenario where like a meteor is hauling towards Earth and we're all going to die, I will be so viscerally upset. Number one, that Earth's going to explode. But more so, the amount of people that would be like, this is it. This is the sitting there acting like they got that shit right. Like every time there's some drama shit, bro, somebody being like, yeah, I could have predicted this from the start. I've been saying this the whole time. Yeah, there would be a few dickheads that would be like, I actually knew the meteor was going to hit. This was God's plan for me all along. He told me when I was 12. Okay.
The movement spread and became more popular. Thousands of people were posting about how they fully believe.
Oh no, get ready. The king is coming. So excited. 9/23/24. Also, aren't you not supposed to know if you're going to heaven or hell? Like, isn't that saying if you're like, yeah, I'm getting raptured. Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting raptured. You're not. Get ready, because this is going to be really exciting. Like, that's kind of like narcissistic that you're outwardly saying that you're definitively getting raptured because you're such a good boy. Like, yes, you believe in God, but even accepting Jesus as your Lord and Savior, you should always be like on edge. Based on how I've learned about Christianity my entire life, is that like nobody's ever 100% safe. Unless you're literally declared a saint in the Catholic Church long after you die.
That the end times were coming. Some were overjoyed, while others were stricken with intense grief. Oh God, we're gonna die. It's a bummer. This all began when South African pastor Joshua Mikela claimed to have...
Wrong? Really? How? How are you... You're supposed to know definitively that you're going to heaven? There should always be some level of unease. No? Correct me if I'm wrong, genuinely.
A vision of Jesus telling him of his return to earth. According to Josh, he saw Jesus on a throne telling him, I am coming soon.
I am coming soon.
Jesus then told him dates of his arrival, which were 2 weeks out.
Bro doing a podcast with a bare brick in the motherfucking back, telling me that the rapture's coming on September.
From his vision. A clip of an interview with Josh talking about his vision blew up and started the whole craze. But no one could have predicted the mass hysteria that would follow. It was pretty shocking. Right out of the gate, people began to post videos of themselves preparing their houses for the people left behind.
If you're seeing this and you're still here, I'm so sorry that you didn't make it. At least you're here getting to do all the sins that you wanted to do. And
the guy that bought her car for $1 the day after the rapture when she comes back asking for it back. The guy that's actively in a fucking U-Haul moving into her house when she walks back to her house. Sorry.
Be naughty with your fellow sinners. I don't know. Maybe you can make the best out of it. But yeah, goodbye.
Bro, like, what are those people doing right now? Like, I want to know so bad. They're out. Do you think they just moved? Like, do you think they've moved past that? Have to have. But there's no way. Like, there's no way your entire being believes that the world's going to end, and then a month later, you're not in shambles. Like, I feel like you would be distraught for like a year if you fully felt that the world was definitively going to end.
Yeah, if anybody's here after the...
But they're like, it's not, honestly, it's not even like they've been misled. It's like a level of like mental instability, bro. Like that's, like it's not like, oh, you're just like hyper religious. No, it's like you're like falling for a podcast clip of a fucking pastor saying that he saw a vision the world's gonna end.
Rapture, because my ass is going up. I got a jacuzzi back there. Feel free to use it, bozo. One woman stocked up on candles and Bibles, as well as leaving behind laminated note cards of script.
Why are you stocking up on Bibles? The world's ending. You're getting sucked into the sky in a blue beam of light. What the fuck?
Bibles.
Oh, is she handing these out to people? Jesus loves you. If this woman handed me a fucking Bible that said Jesus loved you, and then I didn't get raptured, and earth was set on blaze, I'd be pissed. I'd be like, what the fuck is this doing for me? I'm dead.
As well as leaving behind laminated note.
What did that say? It's not you?
As well as leaving behind laminated note.
It's not how the Super Bowl really works. I'm excited for this video. I know the Super Bowl just happened, but I went, so I feel like I could give my own personal insight on it too, so it'd be really cool to, like, you know, converse about it.
The Super Bowl isn't just a football game. It's a logistical monster. Behind one kickoff is years of planning, billions of dollars, and one of the largest security operations in the country. Entire cities compete for the right to host it. Thousands of workers.
Security's pretty lackluster, I'm not gonna lie. Snuck an edible into that bitch. Got in there with weed. Well, I don't know if they were searching for that. They did have drug dogs. They did have drug dogs, but I had that shit in my pocket. You walk through a metal detector and they wave you with a wand too. That's it. But they do have security guards everywhere. They have security guards, cops everywhere.
Volunteers, media members, and law enforcement agencies are involved.
They shut down all the roads outside of it. That was like part of my complaint was when I left through the west side. And I was supposed to go to the east side to get in my car so I could go back. Or not my car, get in the car. I had a driver. And we had to walk like 2 miles because every road was fucking closed. So I'm just walking on a highway all the way around the stadium, this big lap, because they close off every fucking road.
Private jets flood airports. Hotel rooms disappear.
Yeah, dude, booking a hotel was actually so painful in San Fran. The Super Bowl was in San Jose. There were about 0 hotels in San Jose. I didn't want to stay there anyway because everybody told me that was a dud city and there's nothing to fucking do there. And I was there for like a week. So I stayed in San Fran because it's only like an hour away. And even in San Fran, bro, the hotels were like $700 a night, $650 a night. It's horrible. And there was like 3 hotels that were open. Everything else was booked.
And for 1 week, everything in that city revolves around a single event. So how does the NFL actually pull it off? In this video, we're breaking down how the Super Bowl really works, from host city selection, Super Bowl week logistics, to broadcasting, commercials.
Bro, it was the perfect, I'm not gonna lie, like Levi Stadium in San Jose was the perfect fucking stadium for the Super Bowl. The amount of people that are showing up was not even a problem. Because there's San Jose Airport and San Fran Airport 45 minutes away from each other. 2 big-ass cities and Oakland across the water. You could, like, they had no problem holding that amount of people. Like, when they have the fucking World Cup in New Jersey. Cooked. C-O-O-K-E-D. Cooked. That shit's going to be terrible. Already overcrowded-ass state. And then on top of that, we're going to have millions of people flying in. You're on crack. Newark Airport, the worst airport in the fucking world. Newark Airport, worst airport in the fucking world, dude. We're going to have everybody flying in there. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. Have fun getting to your fucking flight 9 hours early to stand in line for fucking 6. Hell no. But I will say, I was worried that on the way home from the Super Bowl, I was gonna, like, be in a line waiting to leave at the airport. Bro, we left the next day at noon. We walked through security. There was no line. I was like, where is everybody? What happened to the 70,000 people that showed up?
And everything that happens once the final whistle blows.
At SFO? Yeah, there's nobody there. After party? Well, I left on Monday. Yeah, they used private jets. I was a chud. No, I wasn't, because there was an Eagles player on the flight with me.
The planning for the Super Bowl start with the selection of a host city. To host the Super Bowl, you first have to place a bid, which normally starts about 4 years out and the NFL considers a multitude of factors to select a host city. The NFL...
I thought if you're the host city, you can't be in the Super Bowl. Am I wrong? When was the last time the Super Bowl was held in the city of a competing team? Yeah, in 2022. Oh, no, it's 2022. When the LA Rams... Yeah, the LA Rams hosted at their own stadium. And then the Bucks. Oh, shit. I didn't know that. Well, I haven't been paying attention.
Considers stadium quality and capacity, obviously, but also many other factors like hotel inventory, airport capacity, the climate of the city if the field is in a dome, security on hand, and corporate infrastructure. To get the game, host cities will come up with intricate plans that cost millions of dollars to prepare. This may seem backwards, but it's actually an investment. For example, Las Vegas spent roughly $60 million preparing for the Super Bowl. But the return was massive, with an estimated economic boost hovering around $600 to $700 million, a 10x.
They made $700 million in their city in the fucking, 2 days that the Super Bowl, shit took place there. I'm not gonna lie, they were hyping it up all over San Fran. When I was in San Francisco, I was there, a week before, and every business, every restaurant had Super Bowl specials, Super Bowl themed things, Super Bowl this, Super Bowl that. There was special events that were being held at Pier 39. They had stuff going on just trying to rake money in. And it was working, dude. Everyone was going to that shit.
Return. These investments are in a number of different things. Host cities will often renovate stadium locker rooms.
I didn't know the NFL doesn't pay for the halftime show. I knew that I learned that 3 years ago, that the artist has to pay for it.
Improve
or their sponsors, but they get the money back. It's still, you're still in set. The idea is hey, we're not going to pay you to perform, but when you perform, your music's just going to fucking spike, when Usher performed. I'm using Usher as an example because he's kind of an older artist that regained popularity. When Usher performed, his music tripled. Motherfuckers start listening. Yeah, people start listening to you again. Ludacris and Lil Jon and all those people when he performed.
Broadcast capabilities by adding new cabling for cameras and a host of other things. Cities will tightly map out traffic plans, trying to find the most efficient ways for fans.
How much do you think Kid Rock got paid to do the All-American halftime show?
To reach the stadium. Another important
probably $10 and a wet napkin
consideration is airport availability. There are plenty of commercial flights that will be arriving for the big game.
And he went, oh yeah.
But an even bigger consideration is being able to house all of the private jets. The Super Bowl obviously is just as much a social event as
what a problem to have. We have too many private jets coming in.
It is a sporting one, with thousands of celebrities.
Suck a dick, fly Spirit, bitch.
Athletes and business
You gotta be kidding me. Oh, we have too many private jets coming in. Some of our clients, all of our billionaires aren't able to come in. Fuck off.
Given this, a ton of private jets arrive every single year for the Super Bowl. For Super Bowl 58 in Vegas, approximately 882 private jets flew into the city for the big game. The year before that, in Phoenix, a record 931 private jets. Insane. Super Bowl is labeled as an NSSE, short for a National Security Special Event. This means that a multitude of different security groups need to work together to ensure a smooth, safe event for everyone. That means a group effort and collaboration between the Secret Service, FBI, Department of Homeland Security.
Yo, I don't know if they had to do with it. There were so many homeless people in San Fran the day before and the day of the Super Bowl. None. I'm telling you, I would walk down an alley where there would be 9 homeless people on the sidewalk. When it was the day before the day of the Super Bowl, they were gone. I don't know where they were, where they put them, if they moved out or something. I moved out. I don't know where they moved them.
State police and local law enforcement. The exact number is tough to pin down, but it is estimated that the FBI, DHS, and Secret Service contribute anywhere from 500 to 700. State and local law enforcement between 1,200 and 2,000. And roughly another 200 to 400 from the National Guard. All told, well over 3,000 plus security members help secure the Super Bowl. To house everyone visiting, hotels work overtime. In New Orleans, it was estimated that 43,000 hotel rooms were roughly 90.
Yeah, hotel's working overtime. Meanwhile, my hotel has one plunger that they pass around for each person when a fucking toilet clogs. I mean, you gotta be goddamn kidding me. Oh, we're really hyping up the Super Bowl here. Why do we not have a plunger in every fucking hotel room? I mean, what type of stupid shit is that? I have to call you? I call the guy. You'll see it in the vlog. I was getting mad. Like, I clogged my toilet. I try unclogging it with my foot. It doesn't go, okay? It doesn't go. And this is like a 20-minute process, right? I'm giving the double flush, the triple flush. We're on the brim, right? Like, the water's almost spilling over. So it goes down a little bit. And, you know, I end up getting a hanger, and I try mushing it down with that. It does nothing. And, chat, keep in mind, the poop's gone at this point. It's just toilet paper. It's just toilet paper. And I ended up washing my foot. It was fine. So I jam my foot in the toilet. Does nothing. So I end up calling him, and I go, hey, I clogged my toilet. There's no plunger in the room. And they go, oh, we'll bring up a plunger in a minute. I get a knock on the door, and this guy comes up. He's wearing a suit. He doesn't even look like a janitor. And he's holding the plunger in a trash bag, and he's like, can I come in? And I go, no. I don't say that. I go, I could do it. And he goes, are you sure? I'm like, what do you think? There's something alive in the fucking bathroom, dude? No, I'm a grown-ass man. I don't want you to fucking unclog my toilet. What the hell is this? So I go, give me the plunger. So I take the plunger, and I fucking shut the door in his face. I go unclog the toilet, and then I bring it back. I go, here you go. And he goes, thanks. I go, thanks. And then he walks away. I go, hey, this is an interaction we could avoid. All you got to do is put a plunger in the room. How much is a plunger? $5? $10? $12? And I tell Brooke this, and Brooke's standing there. She's listening to me talk to this guy. I go, who the fuck would want him to plunge their toilet? And she was like, you'd be surprised. And, you know, I ended up thinking about it, and I was like, yeah, there probably are some, like, really, like, richy people that are like, could you unclog my toilet for me? Fuck out of here. I want to unclog. I don't want somebody, like, you know how weird that would feel if I let this guy in my hotel room, and then he's just sitting there just mushing. I know that looked weird.
3% occupied.
Gross.
In Vegas, that number was tenfold. 413,000 hotel rooms were booked between Friday and Sunday, the week of the Super Bowl. Although, this is expected for a city like Las Vegas, where many people probably visited to enjoy everything Vegas has to offer during America's biggest sporting event. Who makes up many of the people attending the Super Bowl? Volunteers, of course. 10,000 plus volunteers help every single year with the Super Bowl. This includes everyone from airport greeters to fan experience staff and traffic coordinators. Concessions.
I don't think I saw a single person he just mentioned.
And traffic coordinators.
Nope. Traffic coordinators, yes. None of the airport greeters.
Concessions are also incredibly important for the Super Bowl experience. People need food to eat while enjoying the game. There are roughly between 2
chicken nuggets and French fries. That's what they had.
And 3,000 core food and beverage staff working the game. But given this is the Super Bowl, they need a little extra help. To handle this, an additional 1,000 to 2,000 workers are brought in to help serve people food and drink. Most interestingly, the revenue gained from concessions alone is astronomical. It is estimated that anywhere between $6 and $8 million is grossed on concessions alone. That is
I feel like that's majorly from alcohol too, bro. They were charging fucking 19. Dude, no, it was $20 for a 19-ounce beer. I was like, wow, I'm paying $1 an ounce. $1 an ounce for fucking piss. For piss water.
A lot of food and drinks. Lastly, the most important attendees of the big game are, of course, the coaches and players. This includes the 53-man roster, plus 2 to 4 additional reserves, 20 to 25 coaches, 15 to 20 medical/training staff, and another 25 to 30 operations personnel, totaling 115 to 130 people per team. And believe me when I tell you this, their schedules the week of the Super Bowl are crazy. Super Bowl week is hectic, to say the least. Teams normally arrive Sunday before the Super Bowl to get settled and have a lengthy week of activities ahead of them. On Monday, the festivities begin, most notably opening night. On opening night, individual players and coaches from both teams are at podiums. Thousands of media members gather around them to ask questions and record viral moments, like this interview between Deion Sanders and Marshawn Lynch several years back.
You look good. Shit, you do too.
The event is also commonly open to fans as a ticketed event. The host stadium.
Do that many people watch opening night? I think I've only seen clips of opening night like once or twice ever.
Will often play hype videos for each team.
Yeah, clip farming night. That's what I'm thinking, bro. I'm like, I don't think anybody taps into opening night the week before.
Music, and entertain with team mascots. In total, it is about...
Joe's
a big difference.
19, are you struggling?
My fingers hurt.
Go, let it go then.
It's been 5 minutes. Guards, come on up.
No!
All right, clip them all in, guards.
No way.
This is now 30% of your body weight.
Can you just sit on the ground? I feel like I would sit down.
12 is struggling. You really got to dig deep right here.
This is why you shouldn't be eating that junk food, 12.
Shots fired.
12, what do you want to see? Oh! Oh my gosh. Oh, wait, is she about to get out as well? 19?
Go ahead, 19, go, let it go, let it go.
19, you joining him?
Let it go, let it go.
Are you joining him, 19? Are you joining him?
Let it go, let it go. Let it go.
Oh! Yes. We lost another
one.
Drop him. I'm sorry, 12.
Drop me.
Oh, all right, we're going until 2 more of you are eliminated.
I'm a 7-year-old and I'm against 3 grown men.
He's on his villain.
Yeah, you're also holding 10 pounds, you chud. He's over here holding fucking 90. I'm sorry, that was rude. I want the 7-year-old to win.
Before we add any more bags to your mannequins, I have something fun I want to show all of you. You guys want to see something cool?
Okay.
Chandler, bring it on out.
You said he'd lose? Well, I said I would give him a switchblade and then he would cut the legs of the other contestants because I thought it would be like a running race. This is a very fair athletic competition because it's 10% of body weight.
Let's spice things up a little bit.
Hopefully I don't drop mine on that.
Wait, hold it. You might not want to drop. This is not a good time to lose because of what I'm about to say. Oh, no. 40. It's unfortunate 40 dropped. As I was about to say, whoever gets out next will go home with this brand new Tesla wrapped with the Whatnot branding.
Man,
When the Tesla rolled out, I was like...
The Tesla is still up for grabs for the next person who drops.
Please, someone let go. Just someone let go.
But remember, dropping will eliminate you, and you will not move on to the finale.
So that car's actually useless for the 7-year-old. Because what the fuck is he going to do with that?
Day after this video goes live, right before the big game, we are going to be giving away over $1 million in free stuff on a Whatnot live stream. Whatnot is one of my favorite places to shop. It's basically a live shopping app where you buy, and tomorrow, anywhere else in the world, you can $50,000
Lamborghini,
a jet ski, as well as everything you see here. This 50. You guys want to know the craziest part about all these prizes, the cars, everything?
What?
We're giving it away for free.
Please, just someone let go.
That's all you, man. Go ahead,
Follow me on Whatnot, and while you're waiting for the stream, I have some exclusive Beast Games merch available on my profile. Don't miss this internet-breaking $1 million live stream February 8th at 10 a.m. Pacific Time, 1 p.m. Eastern.
I'm the final 2!
You're in the final 2?
Yes!
Yeah, you can drop it if you want.
Yo, if the 28-year-old wins, this is literally like, this feels like a science experiment where we were like, the prime age athletically and mentally is 28.
That was brutal. It just slipped the drop.
At least you won a brand new Tesla.
It's all me, though. May the best man win.
Drop him!
All right, yeah, now that, yeah, somebody said wins in basketball. They 1v1 in basketball. All right, you guys are going to have street rules. Street rules 1st to 11.
You two ready for the final game?
Yeah.
And now that we've narrowed it down to the final 2 contestants, here
Oh my God, they're actually doing basketball.
we are in a stadium full of people. Who is going to win this $250,000? Our first competitor has dominated every challenge this video. Everyone give it up for 28.
Wait, why do you think they're booing you? I think they're booing me because they know I'm competing against a 7-year-old.
And 28 here.
Yeah, this is pretty... Yo, like, he can't win and not seem like an asshole. Like, Mr. Beast at a UNC game is going, all right, we're gonna match this 28-year-old against a 7-year-old.
Is going to be going up against a 7-year-old.
Did he just suey?
These two is going to win $250,000, and here's how we're going to decide it. They're going to both take shots at this red line, because this is the furthest the 7-year-old can actually shoot, until one makes the shot and one doesn't. Whoever makes the shot will open one of these 10 briefcases, and if they open the one with a $250,000 check, they win the money. If they open one of the 9 with an X, we do another round where they both shoot until one makes a shot and opens the correct briefcase. You guys want to hear from the competitors?
Yo, this is like a death sentence for me. I'm so bad at basketball. Like, I genuinely think I like watching basketball. I hate playing basketball. I'm so bad at basketball. Out of every, like, basketball and baseball, my 2 worst sports. It's not even close. Like, I'm so much more confident in anything. If Mr. Beast hands me a basketball and goes, all right, we're doing free throws, I'm cooked. Like, I would actually be nervous. I would lose against the 7-year-old.
So I know some of you don't like me. Hey, that's all right. My wife is currently walking across the stage for her PA program. This is all for her.
And now, let's hear from the 7-year-old.
I'm probably gonna buy some Robux after this.
I'm winning this money.
Let's get the show underway.
Mess. All right, a lot of pressure.
Dig deep. If 7 misses, 28 gets to open a briefcase. It's now time.
I'm picking case 3.
Time to pick a briefcase. You have 10 options here.
Do you think he got it?
I don't think he got the briefcase.
We gotta go with lucky number 7.
All right, he's going with number 7. Let's see if he won. Let's do another round. 7-year-olds, go first. So let's let 28 shoot. Okay. What number are we feeling?
Gotta do it.
He has chosen a number. He's not getting it.
Obviously, somebody would think Mr. Beast would put $1 million or the $250,000 into 6-7 because of the meme. That's exactly why he didn't.
Let's go. All right, here you go. Shoot again because he made the shot.
All right, bro, this is your 3rd case.
What do we think?
Number three.
I heard some kids say 3 or going 3.
It's official. Did he win? Whenever you're ready. Let's see if he makes it. You're thinking this one?
Doing 5.
Okay. $250,000 on the line. He won!
100 people across 100 ages faced a series of athletic
Yeah, he's spamming L, bro.
challenges. And 28
I know all the UNC people were like cheering for the kid, but if they were in the position, they would be like, I'm winning this. Like,
came out on top as the peak of athleticism.
what sucks, and I'm not trying to make this feel even worse, is $250K for a 7-year-old is definitively life-changing money. Like, if that 7-year-old won $250,000 and they put that in like an investment portfolio, even like low interest, like that would be millions of dollars by the time he was in his 30s.
What are you going to use the money on?
My wife, student loans. This was just insane. So much fun. The adrenaline rush.
Now, even though the 7-year-old didn't
yeah, but he didn't win. Yo, McChunky. Yo. Yeah, but he didn't win, though, so.
win the competition, he beat out 98 other competitors, people older and even stronger than him, to make it to the final 2. I couldn't believe how well he did.
The 7-year-old's
Yeah, you got to give him like 50 grand.
not gonna go home with nothing. $10,000.
Okay, 10K still good. 10K, you put that in a trust, you know, a college fund. That 10K will pay for his college. That's still good. Yo, I want to say, we haven't been watching a lot of Mr. Beast videos. I don't want to say they've been duds, but they just haven't been good reacts, rather, because we're like, I can't really commentate on them. That one was good. Lock in chat next video. When rebranding fails, Kai Cenat.
Some say rebranding as a content creator, artist, or creative anything is a make or break in a lot of people's careers. You can have good creator rebrands, like Speed going from a kid yelling slurs in his mom's basement at 3 a.m. and doing voodoo rituals, or whatever you call this. Genuinely, we gotta ask.
Wow, Speed's fucking, like, content arc is crazy, because now he does, like, very, like, cultural, like, showcasings of, like, the world. And he used to, like, light off fireworks in his bedroom.
What the f was wrong with Speed in 2021? To now becoming one of the biggest live streamers in the world and breaking generations of propaganda from the media. But then you also have creators on the opposite side of rebranding, like Sneeko. Turning from a person who used to be labeled one of the most creative YouTubers on this platform for his unique style of videos, to now having to hang out with the sinister six of streaming and appealing to racists because that's how much his audience has got diluted. Either have a sand machine grounding your ball sack for 5 minutes, or have your sister in a room with these guys for 5 minutes.
Well, I think the appeal of the content change for the hard right audience is a similar content change that comedians make to religious comedy and Christian comedy. It lowers your audience threshold, but it increases the dedicated audience that you have. Does that make sense? So I don't even know if a lot of like hard right-wing creators believe what they say, but it basically guarantees the fact that you're going to have an audience, even if it is smaller. It guarantees that you have that audience. It's the same thing with Christian comedy. Like, if you're a comedian and then you pivot to Christian comedy, like, you lose a wider audience, but you gain a more dedicated, smaller fan base. And so that's like the path that a lot of them go. And they're a lot more hardcore fans, right? It's a very weird pivot that a lot of people make, but I mean, you see people make it pretty quickly. Pretty often, if that makes sense. I used to be far right wing, thank God I'm not anymore. I mean, I'm not judging like political viewpoints, but I just think like I am. It's like, well, I mean, it's not. It's a mixture. It's not. I have nothing wrong with conservative content creators, but the purpose of making hard right content is to appeal to a smaller net fan base that just fucks with you. That's what it is, right? Like I think when you make like liberal, if you just make content and you have liberal views, you're not making liberal content all the time. Like, I have liberal views. I don't air them out every day. But if you are a hard right content creator, a lot of the content that you have to make revolves around that. There's the same that could be said around left-wing creators, right? Like, Hassan is a very left-wing creator. Hassan's content is all politically motivated. But I think, like, if you're in that, like, kick rumble space, there's like 90% of your content has to be around politics.
Personally, I'm sorry for my offspring, but y'all can no longer be born. Sometimes these rebrands come...
There are like exceptions to that, but I'm saying a lot of it is like BP right wing, like it's their job to appeal to that audience.
Naturally though, and I think those are always the best types. Just like how I mentioned Speed earlier, most of his rebranding came...
Do you still like your chatters aren't liberals? I don't have a problem with conservatism. I have a problem with when people just refuse to, like with the current ICE shit, when people are like, well, that lady shouldn't have tried to drive away. I'm like, dude, he shot her in the chest like fucking 3 times. I'm like, he killed her, right? Like now it's just like just being an ass to be an ass, right? There's like a difference between having like financially, fiscally conservative views or like some socially conservative views or religious views to like literally just not giving a fuck about the fact that, like, somebody got murdered. Right.
Came from him maturing from being a
like, there's a difference there.
Teenager that grew up on the internet and watching edgy creators. Then actually went out in the real world and saw real people. There's a reason why the most edgiest creators on
and I know that'll piss people off, but, like, I gotta say, I don't know why people immediately get agitated when the creator they watch doesn't have the same views as them. Like, it's very narrow-minded to assume that the creator that you watch is just going to agree with what you think, right? Because you like their content. Like, that's just not going to be the case, right? One way or the other, right? There's going to be people that are liberal that watch conservative content creators that get annoyed when they have those views, right? For me, I'm liberal. People get annoyed when they find out I'm not conservative. It's usually assumptive that I'm conservative because I'm a straight white man, and so they look at me and they just assume I'm like a Chad of sorts. But it's like, I don't know. Holy PR? It's not PR, man. It's not PR. So many people say that, man. So many people are like, Joe's liberal for PR. Brother, I went to college for philosophy. I'm very attuned to atheism. I'm basically on the cusp of absurdist nihilism. I don't believe in God, right? If you just took my viewpoints, that would religion. It's like, I feel like it's not PR, man. Like, I think there's nothing after death, man. I think that's like, it's just obvious that I would probably be somewhat socially left-leaning, you know? Like, even without, like, PR in the picture, it's just like atheism. Atheist, probably not conservative. Like, most of the, I mean, that's like, it's a true thing where if you take somebody's sex, income, religious perspective, how often they go to church or their synagogue or whatever place of worship is, like, you can factor in what they'll probably be, right, politically. Like, I'm not liberal for PR. I'm not actually liberal. I'm a social democrat, right, is how I would perceive my own views. Nobody knows what that means, though, so I just say I'm a liberal. But it's, like, a little different. It depends on the topic, though, right? I could have a take that's more middle grounded. But, like, the majority of the time, I would say I fall into a more liberal way of thinking. Like, I don't believe in God. I'm not religious. I have no problem with gay marriage. I support the LGBTQ, right? So all of these things kind of coincide with, like, my base philosophical beliefs. So it's not something for PR. It's just that's what I think. And that upsets people. Abortion, I support abortion. Oh, God, that really upsets people. Yep, I know. Also, not PR. That's just, I don't see a problem with abortion. Third trimester is a different conversation, right, where you're about to have the kid. But to say that, you know, and I'm not saying this to just get dubs. Like, you could say L. Joe. I don't give a fuck, right? You could disagree with me. But, like, I'm not being liberal for PR. There's an equal, and to say I'm being liberal for PR is like, dude, the majority, not majority, you know how many men in the younger Gen Z era are conservative? The majority of my audience is men. So many people that watch me are conservative. It's equally appealing for me to be either for PR, right? I could pivot either way. Like, it's not a PR stance.
Platform. Most of
Can we move on from that?
Your audience is teenagers because that's when you're the most on the internet, that grew up on the internet and watching edgy creators. Then actually went out in the real world and saw real people. There's a reason why the most edgiest creators on any platform, most of their audience is teenagers because that's when you're the most on the internet. And
Joe ... is very obvious the majority of your audience is liberal. Yeah, because a lot of people stopped watching me when I shared political views. You know the amount of people that unfollowed me, like, way back when I said that I supported Palestine? Like, I mean, now I think both sides really are against Israel, but, like, early, like, years ago, right? Not years ago, like a year and a half ago, when I said that I supported Palestine, the amount of people that were like, I fucking hate you. Okay, don't watch me. It's not a PR thing, dude. I've gotten fucking death threats for my views. On either side, that's gonna happen.
Just like how I mentioned Speed earlier, most of his rebranding came from him maturing from being a teenager that grew up on the internet and watching edgy creators. Then actually went out in the real world.
I literally think that's the arc that I had. Like, people will be like, you're so much more political now. I'm like, no, I just have a philosophy channel and a lot of philosophy takes somewhat intertwined with politics. I started content when I was a teenager. I'm now 23. I've gotten older. I think my content slightly matured.
World and saw real people. There's a reason why the most edgiest creators on any platform, most of their audience is teenagers, because that's when you're the most on the internet and have the least life experience. There's also rebrands that are straight up a hard launch and the person is saying this is exactly how they're going to be moving like, which is usually more dangerous because you're telling the entire audience you built up that you're no longer that person they watched. And the newest rebrand we have from a big creator is none other than Kai Cenat. I don't think we've had a hard launch rebrand from somebody as big as Kai Cenat in a while.
I'm gonna have the take that I think he approached this goal of making clothing very poorly. And I think he took the break from...
He committed.
And that's insane! He didn't even know! He didn't even know! Oh, sorry, no, now you're gonna fucking get stripped of everything.
There's absolutely no judicial process. This is extrajudicial punishment. They'll just, take you away in the middle of the night, together with your family members. You just disappear. That's how it goes.
개낮에 잡아가는 건 없어요. 다 밤에 그냥 멀리 그냥 어느 순간에 와서 싹 다 쓸어 가고.
Without the neighbors noticing. So one day you're just living your life like in whatever, if you're in the city in North Korea or wherever, and then the next day your neighbor just disappears. Wow, and then you just don't talk about it. And it's just like, but it's just unspoken. It's like, oh, he disappeared. We know where he is.
정치범 수용소에 가서도 그 가족들은 우리가 뭘 잘못해서 왔는지 그걸 모른다는 거죠.
Fear is the most powerful tool for prison guards to keep inmates in line. During Kim's time in Camp 14, a total of 25 inmates are executed. One day, he witnesses a fellow prisoner being killed for collecting chestnuts that had fallen from a tree. Kim's
chestnuts that had fallen from a tree. Were they even being used?
Spends most of his days underground. Hours and hours of endless work with no sunlight and no mercy. Kim struggles. He's never faced labor like this before. Mistakes are inevitable, and every one of them is met with the punishment of a guard who never leaves his side.
Do you think he had like an internal wow moment? Because he was a high-ranking military official. And then now he's being sent to where he probably had to send other people.
One day, a guard strikes Kim with the butt of his gun till he falls unconscious. For the next 2 days, he only receives half his meals. After more than 2 months of living like this in Camp 14, Kim decides to end it. Following a long day of work, he steps into the elevator of a mining shaft. The metal cage ascends until it reaches a height of around 2,000 feet. He pulls the safety pin, and the elevator falls. But Kim survives, and the vicious cycle goes on. When Shin is about 6 or 7, the camp's borders shift. His village is merged into the neighboring Camp 18, just across the river. It's said to be slightly less brutal than Camp 14, but for Shin, life hardly changes at all.
Oh, he got moved to a different camp over?
Shin is 15 and has moved out from his mother's home. He now lives with his father. One day, a teacher allows Shin to spend the night at his mother's house, a reward for good behavior. When he arrives, another guest awaits. It's his brother.
Wait, he got awarded for good behavior, but he tried to take his own life in an elevator. Did they just think it was an accident or something?
One day, a teacher allows Shin to spend the night at his mother's house, a reward for good behavior. When he arrives, another guest awaits.
Oh, it's the previous kid. It's when he grew up? This is him when he's older?
When he arrives, another guest awaits. It's his brother, Shin Hee-gyun. The 21-year-old works at the prison cement factory, a couple of miles away. Shin doesn't like him at all. In the middle of the night, Shin wakes up from his sleep. He hears voices from the kitchen. His brother is talking about escape. His mother seems to support him. Shin's first instinct, he has to report this.
Oh my god. Dude, having to rat on your own family, they'll die. Holy shit. Like, I was thinking it in the sense of like, oh, you just see some guy at like your work doing that. Like your own you would have to fucking snitch on your own family. And because, and it's not even snitch on them and like, oh, they'll just get punished. No, they're going to get shot in the head in front of you. And then you'll be like, not even really rewarded. It's just like, okay, you're not going to die.
He goes to a nearby dorm room and wakes a friend to ask for advice. The friend urges Shin to tell the guards. They go to the school's night guard on duty and report the escape plot.
Wow.
Shin also signs a false police statement, claiming he saw his mother and brother commit murder. This piece of evidence ultimately leads to an execution order.
Wait, so they had to fucking... Wait, what? So they have to fake that they committed a crime so they could kill him? I thought they were just able to kill him for conspiracy to run.
The guards take Shin to an execution site next to the Taedong River.
Why are they taking him there? I wouldn't want to go see that.
A crowd has gathered to watch. They drag out his mother and his brother. They're killed in front of Shin's eyes. In 1996, Kim Young is transferred to Camp 18. To him, this place feels like heaven. The labor conditions are slightly better, and to his surprise, he reunites with his 70-year-old mother, who is also a prisoner here. But the violence and abuse
70-year-old mother, I thought his mom just died.
Don't stop. One day, he has to witness how guards beat up his mother and force her to do manual labor. His mother is certain they will both...
Oh, other guy. We keep bouncing back between people. Sorry, this is the dude that used to be a high-ranking military official.
Labor. His mother is certain they will both die in the camp. Even though it means risking his life, she urges Kim to leave her behind and escape. Escaping from a North Korean death camp is almost impossible.
You know, these are highly protected facilities. You're talking barbed wire, walls, armed guards, intersecting lines of fire.
Well, it's not even just that. You're also extremely you're experiencing extreme malnutrition. And so you're weak. You know, you can't run. You can't you're not going to be able to scale a fence very easily. You have no muscle.
We're talking machine guns. Very, very difficult to escape. I mean, it's, difficult to escape a detention facility in any civilized country. Imagine North Korea.
Kim Young quietly studies his surroundings. He observes, waits, and starts thinking. He lays out multiple escape plans, but none of them seem doable to him. Another hard day of work. The prisoners are loading coal onto a train. Suddenly, they spot something. Grain scattered across the bottom of a train car. It must have transported food before. The scene explodes into chaos. Prisoners drop everything, desperately looking for the tiniest speck of food.
What, are they gonna eat it right there?
The guards start shouting, but no one listens. Kim discovers a narrow space beneath a metal panel in the floor of a coal wagon. He squeezes inside, and as the train rumbles out of Camp 18, he rides with it.
No way.
Hours later,
he got out because people were staring at grain so he didn't even plan this escape. He just on a whim just tried to get out. Is this based off a true story? This is a true story. This is basically the video version of an actual man's account that escaped North Korea and wrote a book about it.
Later, the train reaches Go-On Station at around 4 a.m. We don't know exactly how, but Kim manages to crawl out of his hideout and disappears into the night.
But then what the fuck do you do? You know what I mean? I wouldn't know if I got out and now you're in China. What do you do? Do you just go? You gotta go. You get a job. You have no ID. You're not a citizen, right? It's not even just it's not even oh, you're an illegal immigrant. It's you're not even on a record. No one knows who you are. I would have to find, you know what I would do? I would go to another, say I was in this scenario, I feel like I would try to go to a country I knew was enemies with North Korea, and I would go to I would try my hardest to find what is it called, where they have their own setup in different countries? What is it called? You know what I'm talking about. Embassy. I would go to the U.S. Embassy. And I would be I'm a North Korea escapee. I would go to some embassy because he was a soldier too, so he knows the countries that are enemies. I would go to the enemy of North Korea and be I escaped. Please, you don't speak English? I think they're gonna put two and two together. If you are at a U.S. embassy in China and some dude runs in speaking Korean, clearly malnourished, beat to shit, you're probably going to be like, okay, calm down. I'm going to get a translator, right? Even if you don't speak, say you don't speak the language. You know, I feel like there's something that you'd be able to do.
Kim successfully
I'm not
escaped
even
Camp
just saying
18.
U.S. embassy, just any embassy that's not in association or partnered with North Korea.
But his path to freedom is still very long. After finding a worker's uniform, he changed his clothes.
You want to know what an embassy is? That's true. But you can't just walk up to a random guy in China.
SAT has gone digital, and people are finding much easier ways to cheat than what you need with Captain America, when you need for a movie, dude. As of March 2024, this is relatively recently, the SAT switched from being only paper to now digital. And it turned—
Oh, you fuckers. Are you serious? SAT offered digitally? Yo, colleges got to stop using this shit to fucking invite people. I would be cheating on that. No problem. What? What's that shit? Lockdown, bro. Yo, you took a test. Y'all remember COVID, bro? Motherfuckers, it was so easy to cheat. It was so easy to cheat. And then teachers found lockdown browser. Lockdown browser was like a nightmare. Yo, actually, I'd be taking a fucking asynchronous class in college. Hey, we use the lockdown browser for all our exams. Lockdown browser records all of your I had a 2-monitor setup. It fucking blanks, turns off your fucking left monitor. I'm so serious. Lockdown browser is like a cop standing right next to you while you're fucking taking a test. It turns off my left monitor, records my screen, has your camera and your mic rolling, and you have to do like a test. You have to like film yourself before you start it.
from being only paper—
that shit was terrible—
to now digital. And it turns out once the SAT is administered on laptops and you can bring your own laptop, people have found many, many, many ways to cheat. And not only to cheat, but to steal the questions out of
the environment checks. Yeah, you'd have to go like this. You'd have to go and like you'd have to show everything around you. I'm like, dude, there's guaranteed people that have like a friend or like some sort of notebook just like sitting, and they do the environment check and just like happen to leave like a small segment out.
The testing and get it out to the public. For example, time zone cheating. People take the test in one time zone.
I would tape paper on my screen. Oh my God. Yo, because you don't have to show your monitor. You have sticky notes all over your monitor.
Upload the questions, and people in a later time zone have all the answers before they're—
You're taking a test with lockdown browser using Meta AI glasses. Doo-doo-doo. It starts beeping white. You're like recording, getting fed answers.
Test begins. This is happening. Sites in China are selling test questions. So people get money from uploading real legitimate questions, and you can find them. I checked it out.
Oh, sorry. Before I start this lockdown browser, I'm just letting you know, I have a grandma named Meta that I always have to talk to. Hey, Meta, are you okay? I was just wondering, do you know how many cells tend to be in the human body?
It wasn't that hard to find. I was able to find this in no time. These are SAT exams. These are questions you can find online.
Wait, I kind of want to try and do one of these.
These are SAT exams.
Oh, fuck. Wait, lock in. Real quick, I zone in. I'm telling you, I get it right. Based on the text, how would the author of text 2 most likely describe the view presented in text 1? No, never mind. I'm over it. That just brought me back. That brought me back to me taking the SAT during Prime Fortnite and just getting off track in my brain nonstop and being like, oh, fuck. Just zone out, dude. That was the worst. The math portion was so much easier to lock in. This shit, dude, you're going, the California Department of Water Resources reports that agriculture accounts for 29% of all water use during a wet year. During a dry year, the figure more than doubles, claiming a staggering 61%. In contrast, urban water use ranges from 8% during a wet year to 11%. No, oh my God, it's the most boring shit ever.
SAT tutors have sounded the alarm. It is a multi-year breach of active—
It's B. Wait, you guys were just doing it while I pause?
The testing in the room has gotten
Meta
even more advanced. So I found my old TI-83 graphic. That's how old.
TI-83. Holy shit, Brandon Ewing.
I have an 83, not an 84. It says Brandon Ewing on the back. I found this. I pulled this out. This is the exact one
I don't even know if I have my TI-84 anymore. That's like a thing you keep because you're like, oh, that's an expensive ass calculator. But I'm like, when am I ever going to need that?
Used when I took the SAT. Well, nowadays, you can buy one of these. You can hollow it out and change the inside software to ChatGPT.
Bro,
and then you can buy this shit on eBay for $349. And it looks like a TI-84, but it has AI in it. And you can use it to solve your fucking problems. The level of cheating is getting absurd, dude.
Well, and it used to, here's the thing, bro, like, it could show their work now, too. That was, like, the hardest thing, was, like, classes like physics, on, like, homework, you can't just write an answer. You have to you would have to hand in your notebook, and you would have to show your work, like, how you arrived at that versus just the answer. And now AI, it enables you to show that as well. Like, earlier cheating when I was in high school, you could look up the answer, but it wouldn't tell you how to do it.
So much.
So you couldn't just write down like 34. Like, you had to know, you had to be like, why is it that?
Cheating is now going on in the SAT, the digital change, that non-students have now been banned from taking it. This is true. So many people, you know, primarily because the profit you can get from selling at the Chinese websites, were taking the SAT for fun and then stealing the questions. And they have now banned everyone but students from taking it. They're trying to crack down. It's a war that's tough to do, but that's what they're trying to do. You know, to sum all this.
Unless you're a student, you're not able to take the SAT anymore. Bro, that like gets rid of the funnest fucking fantasy football punishment. You get last in fantasy, you have to go fucking take the SAT. Yeah. Dude, the funniest shit was like the video of like a grown ass man, he's like 35 walking into a high school to go take an SAT. And then it's like, the way you make it better is if you get last in fantasy, you have to go take the SAT. And if you get below a certain score, you have to do another punishment.
What's up, man? I want
so
you to
like
know
there's motivation to actually try.
that, like, if you are somebody who feels like this feels unfair to you, that you are a regular person who's getting pushed around by either unwillingness to cheat or wealth and power or wealthier schools, you should simply do what these guys did in the movie, which is don't cheat, but be super hot and end up as superheroes. Because that's what they did. They just, the end of the perfect score is they decide not to cheat. The whole movie, they steal the answers and they throw them away. Then they get a bad score and then they become... It's simple. It's a simple solution. If you have more stories of this and you're watching this on Big A Clips, leave it in the comments. I'm interested in finding out what your lived experience.
Bro, this was an interesting ass video, genuinely. Well, let me move back over. As a law student, I can 100% confirm disability comms are getting egregiously abused or grievously abused. I was shocked walking into the first final, that of my 90+ person torts section, there were less than 50 people in the room with me when I took my final. The rest, never half the class, at a good ranking law school with pretty strict admission criteria. Yeah, it's also like, it's like, how is that allowed? Like, especially for something like a bar or like a big law school exam, like, you can't have half the class be getting more fucking time. All right, chat, coming down. Video. Fern video. Camp 14, the most horrible place in North Korea. We've done a lot of North Korea reacts, but they're all very interesting because it's so, like, crowded. There's so much mystery around North Korea and what they do, how they function, what they do to their people, how bad the lives are. I've never heard about Camp 14, so this is going to be interesting.
Class is about to start for these 40 school kids. Like every week, the teacher starts searching everyone's pockets. This time, he finds something on a little girl. 5 kernels of grain. The teacher snaps.
5 kernels of grain, they're searching their pockets before school starts. 5 kernels of grain is bad. Like rice?
And commands the
grain like wheat.
Girl to come up front. She has to kneel down on the hard concrete floor. With a wooden stick, he strikes her on the head. Again.
On the head?
And again. And again. And again. Her classmates watch in silence. The beating goes on until the little girl collapses. Afterwards, her classmates carry her home. The same night, she dies.
What? For having 5 kernels of grain in her pocket, they fucking beat her to death? Why is that a violation?
The little girl and the other 39 children are all inmates in one of North Korea's deadliest prison camps, Camp 14.
Oh my God, no, we did hear about this in the Johnny... We didn't hear any specifics about it, but we heard about the camp in the Johnny Harris video, where you could see the camp and the outlines of it. And this is where they send, like... Dude, it's like an entire city. There's, like, thousands of people that live there.
Comparisons have been drawn to the Nazi death camps, to the Soviet Gulag. You know, they're accurate, and in their own way, they're different.
A lawless detention facility hidden in the mountains of Kaeshan, a place where people are imprisoned for the crimes of their parents. Once you end up here, you will most likely die here.
This is truly a space.
Crimes of their parents, but what's so weird that I don't understand about the camp is, like, yeah, in North Korea, if somebody tries to escape or they commit a crime, part of your family lineage is imprisoned in a camp. But if they have kids in that camp, are those kids also imprisoned? Like, is their family lineage perpetually there for the rest of eternity, or can they ever get out?
That is outside humanity, let me say that.
Prisoners are forced to work under inhumane conditions. The smallest mistake can cost them their lives. Escape is almost impossible. Only a handful make it out, risking everything on deadly routes.
Make it out, but then they probably have to go all the way out of North... If you make it out, you can't stay in North Korea. You'd have to flee the country entirely, and I feel like Camp 14 isn't bordering, like, China.
In North Korea, there are several of these death camps, and the regime has kept them a secret for decades. But through the relentless work of human rights organizations, satellite imagery, and reports from survivors, we can have a glimpse at these facilities. Why are people being sent to Camp 14? What does daily life look like inside its walls?
I just don't understand why North Korea and Kim Jong-un and, you know, whether or not he's a figurehead and his sister runs the country or it's a culmination of things, neither here nor there. Why purposefully crush your nation like that? Like, I understand he keeps his power. I think that's what it is. If he keeps his nation in, like, an impoverished state where the majority of people are either imprisoned, starving, or dirt poor, he can be rich. But, like, if he actually tried to even still keep it a dictatorship, not be a genocidal dictator, and actually run his country in a normal fashion, wouldn't that benefit his own people and therefore him as well? I think it's like he would rather be, it's better to be feared than loved, is what he's saying, right? I think that's kind of the mindset. Who said that? Another dictator said that. Machiavelli. But it's like, why? That's the route he's going down because it keeps him in power, but it's like, dude, your nation and you, I feel like he would be more rich. Even if he was less powerful, he would have access to more shit.
What horrors do the inmates face?
It gives himself more importance. I think it really boils down to also just like straight up narcissism, because he needs to be the center of his entire nation. And if his people are prosperous, then that he's not the guy they bend to.
And how do people actually get out? This is the story of the most horrific prison camp in North Korea.
It's some Hitler shit. Well, it's the same sense of Hitler shit in, like, he's basically being genocidal to his people. But Hitler was obsessed with world domination. Kim Jong-un's not obsessed with world domination. Kim Jong-un cyclically develops nuclear powers and fucking scares other countries till they defuse the situation. He steps back a little bit and he gets aid, right? And he kind of just does that over and over again to farm wealth for himself and his higher-ups, but still keep his people even like well below the poverty line, like dying poverty line.
This story is based on Escape from Camp 14 by Blaine Harden. One former prisoner of Camp 14 later changed parts of his story. Every time you see this symbol, it marks those revisions. If you want to know more about the exact changes and the reasons behind them, we recommend reading this article. Since North Korea did...
I would just be so worried, even as a North Korea defector. Like, if you left North Korea and you wrote about it, don't you think that Kim Jong-un, at least in part, his insanity, he hires some people to try and track these people down? Like, even if now in modern day you live in, like, Switzerland, or you live in Germany, or even the United States, I could easily foresee, like, Kim Jong-un trying to hire people to come kill you. Like, because he doesn't want you to talk shit about him. Like, that's how tight-knit this is he, like, they hate satellite. I wouldn't be surprised if they have shit underground now, or that's what he's planning to do, because then that keeps shit under wraps. Because he could say all the time, no, we don't have death camps, but, like, you could see them on Google Earth. But now if he puts it underground, you can't tell.
Denies the existence of these camps, independent verification is not possible. Shin Dong-hyuk is just a young boy when he witnesses the little girl being punished for having food in her pocket. Shin has no doubt she deserved it. After all, she stole food. And at Camp 14, stealing means...
Stole food, bro. 5 fucking grains of wheat? What is that, 2 calories? Or is that just supposed to be indicative that, like, she stole more?
He doesn't question it. He knows nothing else. The camp rules are...
It is brainwashed. It is. He's grown up in a camp where, in his mind, it makes logical sense that she should die. Because that's all he's known. It's like... I don't want to tune it to, like, being told Santa's real, but it's like, when you're a kid, you tell anybody anything, they're going to believe it. And if you grow up in a genocidal camp, and they teach you, hey, like, stealing is so wrong that you should die for it, he's probably not even going, wow, that's terrible. He's going, oh, yeah, you know.
Reality.
He's real, though? Yeah.
Shin was...
Oh, you mean Santa? No.
Was born in Camp 14, but his parents didn't fall in love. They were assigned to each other by prison guards. Intimacy...
I'm sorry, bro. And I feel like there's an argument to be made where, you know... Hey, Joe, you might have younger viewers that still believe in that. Bro, you like still believe in that shit? We're talking about genocidal dictators in North Korea, and in the back of your head, you're like, oh, I hope Santa's going to get me presents this year. I'm sorry, man. Like, you just shouldn't be watching me if you believe in that shit. Like, I'm not going to do this facade anymore of like, oh, you know, fucking, bro, come on. Like...
See, between men and women is strictly forbidden. If a woman becomes pregnant without...
We're watching a video about a fucking genocidal camp, and people are like, but Santa's real, right?
Permission. Intimacy between men and women is strictly forbidden. If a woman becomes pregnant without permission, both she and the baby are shot.
What? Wait.
Is strictly forbidden. They were assigned to each other by prison guards. Intimacy between men and women is strictly forbidden. If a woman becomes pregnant without permission, both she and the baby are shot.
Without permission? How does she get permit? What do you mean? She has to ask?
In Camp 14, there is only one way to have a child. Promotion. Those who work hard, and more importantly, snitch on others, may be granted a reward marriage. This is how Shin Dong-hyuk and his older brother Shin Hee-gyun come into the world. But they don't grow up as a real family.
I do want to question the moral... I think it's a survival in that sense, from the parents' perspective. But in that scenario, wouldn't you say, like, why are you having a kid? Maybe in hopes that they get out of it, or like going back to a regular, because they're saying promotion, so I'm assuming maybe you live a better life in the camp and you're able to go to school rather than just do like slave labor over and over again. But it's like now this kid's basically being born into slavery.
Their mother never talks about the past.
And they probably don't even have the option. It's like you're allowed to have a kid, but I feel like it's also just like, no, you're going to have a kid. Hey, you've been good. We're going to reward you. I don't want it. No, you need to take it. Like, that's probably what it is.
Their mother never talks about the past. Shin has no clue why his parents were imprisoned, and it probably wouldn't matter anyway.
Oh, but he does know that they're in a prison camp.
It's all about suspicion. You know, you don't have to be an anti-regime character. But if you're suspected of being anti-regime, of being a wrongdoer, a wrong thinker, of having engaged in wrong associations, they will send you to the camp.
This is Greg Scarlatoiu. He's president and CEO of HRNK, the Washington-based Committee on Human Rights in North Korea. For years, Greg and his team have been investigating human rights abuses at these camps. Like many others, Shin will most likely stay in Camp 14 for the rest of his life. even though he never committed a crime. This is the house Shin and his mother live in. Along with his mother's promotion came slightly better housing.
Okay, so that's answering my question. Because I kept saying, why would she have a kid if it's not, it's helping her. She gets a better house, better room, maybe she doesn't have to share. Like, they're able to live not a normal life by any means, but, like, they get their own space.
They share it with 3 other families and
Never mind.
sleep on the floor.
Holy fuck, they don't even get a bed? So they just sleep in a bare bones house, no furniture, nothing. So it's just a roof, no AC, no heat. It's just to keep them out of, like, the rain.
They share it with 3 other families and sleep on the floor.
Oh my God.
There is a single light bulb in the kitchen. Electricity works for just 2 hours a day. There's no running water, no furniture, no shower, and barely enough food to survive.
Bro, like, I always, see, this is, like, such a weird, because, like, that's evil. That's evil, right? And can we agree? I think there's a difference between bad and evil people. This is, like, another level of, you're not even human anymore. In the most I don't even care if that sounds fucked up. Like, if you're willingly putting hundreds of thousands of people to do this, you're not a human, right? Like, you have no moral groundings. It's not like you fuck up and you're just not seeing the right way and you're ignorant, right? Because a lot of bad people are bad out of ignorance. This is bad not out of ignorance, out of the willingness to go, I'm going to fuck over and murder hundreds of thousands of my own people for the sole purpose of keeping me in power and keeping my narcissistic ways the way they are, right? Kim Jong-un gets to eat whatever the fuck he wants. He gets to smoke expensive cigarettes and have nice whiskey, and his people are dying in camps in the middle of the fucking woods.
The building is part of a model village.
Like, how do you do that? I don't, like, I understand he wants to keep himself in power. It's like, you could still be the leader of North Korea and not do this to your people, man.
One of many. Camp 14 is estimated to come.
And then they open, and then it's just so weird. Like how they opened tourism for like a week, and then all these vloggers came, and they were like, yeah, this is fake as shit. It's clearly guided. And they're reading out. I'm just sitting here, I'm like, you just see me pass out.
90 minutes and gets most of the media obligations out of the way early, allowing teams to focus on football later in the week. Tuesday through Friday are much more football focused. Teams hold full practices and media events are limited. While coaches and players will still conduct individual interviews on these days are way more tame than opening night and allow players to focus on what's important. Saturday is when things really tighten up and calm down. The teams normally hold light walkthroughs and media sessions are at a minimum, with only key players and coaches holding brief interviews. Most of the players' time is spent in hotels, reviewing film and mental.
Bro, Joe Burrow be getting injured so often. I could so see Joe Burrow making it to the Super Bowl one day, and then the day before, they're like, he has the stomach virus. Joe Burrow has contracted the Black Plague. And then every Cincinnati fan goes, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Prepping for the night.
But Joe Burrow somehow got a new case of Ebola.
Next day.
He's going to be out for the rest of the season.
On Super Bowl Sunday, everything is tightly scheduled and feels like it is timed down to the minute. Players are required to be up and at breakfast around 7 hours before kickoff. Teams will often hold a few additional meetings for position groups and then head to the stadium 3 to 4 hours before kickoff. For travel to the game, teams obviously have police escorts and NFL security to ensure a safe arrival, and teams have a fixed window of arrival set by the league. Upon entering the stadium, players will get additional treatment needed and then begin warm-ups 90 minutes before kickoff. After warm-ups, players will head back to the locker room for some last-minute speeches by captains and coaches before being introduced for the big game.
I feel like that's not that different from a regular game, though, no? Like, he's talking about how the Super Bowl really works. I feel like how teams, obviously it's a lot more serious because it's the Super Bowl, but how teams are treating their Super Bowl game is like a playoff, like any playoff game. Like, I think there is a little bit more rest probably in between because you don't want to be, like, at all lethargic and then you're going to put it out all out on the field, you know, because it's the last game of the fucking season or the postseason. But still.
And then the show really starts. To showcase the spectacle for those not in attendance, a broadcast is needed, of course.
I will say, I think that they are getting more and more geared towards TV viewers than stadium viewers. And I think they have to kind of get a mix in between there. Like, Bad Bunny's halftime show, I really liked, but it was clearly made for TV, right? Similar to, you know, last year's or any of the years before. Like, most people say, like, Rihanna, I think, had one that was, like, really good for, like, the in-audience and TV people. But it's, like, all of it's around TV-focused TV stuff. So it's, like, they do, like, fan shit. But, like, if I'm being honest, outside of the halftime show, the Super Bowl felt like any regular season game. Obviously, there's more shit on the line, so it's more hype, but there's no different feeling. You're in a regular stadium. It's the Levi's Stadium. Maybe they decorate it a little bit more, but it's just it's just a football. It's a football game. Like, you're going to a big football game. That's what it is.
4 major broadcast channels that retain rights to host the Super Bowl, rotating every year. They are CBS, Fox, NBC, and ABC.
That game was ass. I will say the game was very lackluster the first half. The second half, I thought it got good, especially in person. It was pretty hype watching, like, an interception and shit. But yeah, no, it was just straight 4 field goals.
Under the most recent deal signed in 2021, the first 3 channels have the rights to 3 Super Bowls.
Worst offensive line I've ever seen from the Patriots. Yeah, Drake May was throwing the ball like he was pooping his pants. I really thought he was locked into when they were showing him at the start. I really thought I was kind of getting nervous, man. I had my bet placed. I was like, wow, the Patriots look pretty good. And then I saw them hike that first ball, and I went, never mind. Yeah, O-line. I mean, their whole offensive team did bad. They had no yards, no ball possession. Like, one of the things that I saw from a Patriots fan was, like, he was like, there's some solace or, like, some, I guess, closure in knowing that we got outclassed, is what he said, right? When you have a close game in the Super Bowl, it feels really bad because it's like, damn, we were right there. But, like, they got dogged, right? Like, they did not deserve to win. And that was, like, shown clearly. Like, there were no bad calls. It was just they played like shit.
The commentators for each are as follows. CBS's A-Team of Jim Nantz and Tony Romo, Fox's Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady, NBC's Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth, and ABC/ESPN's Monday Night Football hosts Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. This year, we will get an extra dose of Tirico and Collinsworth, as it's NBC's Super Bowl to host. To make the broadcast happen, the hosts need cameras, and a lot of them. And last year's Super Bowl, Fox used well over 100.
Bro, did they show, like, fan clips with you guys on the TV version? Like, not in person. Were they panning to the fans a bunch? They have, like, 100 cameras at all times. 3 rows down from me, they gave a kid a sign and kept a camera on him for 30 minutes. And he's just holding the sign, watching the game, waiting for it to cut to him. Never cut to him. And I saw the same shit, like, sprinkled around the crowd. Like, every section, they had a camera guy, like, panning between. They were showing a kid that was a Patriots fan and a kid that was a Seahawks fan. Kid that was a Patriots fan, kid that was a Seahawks fan. Never showed either of them on the screen. Like, they deadass. Like, you would think that they have, like, 4 guys that are just, like, kind of running around the stadium just showcasing a few people. No, they have, like, somebody every section. They have somebody all over the stadium, and they're only showing, like, 5% of the people they have cameras on.
100 cameras. And Sony added.
Why were they recording them? They were waiting for what they were doing was waiting for something to happen, right? And because nothing happened, they never showed him. Because I think the kid had a Patriots uniform on, and so every time the ball went to the Patriots, they put the camera on the kid with the Patriots uniform, and they were waiting for the Patriots to score. And then I think they were going to pan to him, but they never scored. They were just never scoring, at least when he was there. So they just left, and so he just stood there.
An additional 250. 6,000 plus credentialed media members are at the Super Bowl. And while not all of them are operating cameras or microphones, many of them are.
They're going to take a look at that.
They are the unsung heroes of the production.
That fat ass camera. That's what it was. But I don't know. I don't think it was Fox. It was that big. There was guys with like shoulder cameras just walking around the stadium. That's what was really different. Like when I've gone to other football games, they have those guys, but not near. They had so many people.
They capture all of the important moments we see throughout the game and everything that fans tune in for, outside of those just watching for the halftime show and commercials. Speaking of which, another major draw to the Super Bowl are the commercials, which for many people are more entertaining than the Super Bowl itself. Throughout the duration of the broadcast, anywhere from 80 to 90 commercials are aired. 50 to 60 companies run these commercials, and while recent estimates aren't available, it was reported that 56 different companies ran commercials in 2022. Last year, Anheuser-Busch had the most run time, with over 3 minutes. That was 30 seconds more than what they had spent.
Yeah, 3 minutes too. That probably, in 2022, that still probably cost a shitload. I think this year it was what, like, how much was a second? I think it's $300K a second. It gets more expensive every year. An average of $8 million for a 30-second spot. 2025, some spots sold for over $10 million. So it depends on the spot. I'm assuming certain parts of the game are more valuable. And it's harder, too, for companies. And you never think about it. But they have to market towards how drunk people are getting. Because, like, the average Super Bowl viewer, not only is the Super Bowl encompassing people that are, like, 4 years old to, like, 100, but it's also, like, the average viewer is hammered. So you have to, like, somehow captivate their view and also assume when you want to have your... Do you want your ad shown when they're more sober or more drunk? You know? Are they going to be paying attention? Or are they going to be, you know, kind of tapping out? You know? Because near the end of the game, people are really locked in if it's close, but you also have to guess if it's not a close game, people might actually just turn it off. There's so many, like, things involved.
In 2024.
It's why they try to make them funny. It's why they try to make them funny. You gotta have it short, sweet, to the point, and you're done. Right? Every time, dude, and I just this year's marketing was towards like older millennials because they were just like panning the nostalgia. I was watching a whole video on the ads because I couldn't see the ads myself because I was at the game, and I just always like knowing like what they're trying to market. What I'll say, Pepsi ad was good. Michelob Ultra ad was good. The Dunkin' commercial, vomit, throw up. It did well for, like, the age demographic they were going towards, but it was literally just like, hey, remember us? I'm CGI'd so I don't look old as shit. Remember me? Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, and I saw the Svedka commercial. I mean, fire whoever. Yo, you put $8 million for a 30-second ad, and you fucking chat GPT the whole fucking thing? Are you kidding me? It was dog shit. I saw that, and dude, I ended up going on Svedka's account before, and they were marketing that for weeks before. I gotta show you all the ad. Wow, that's bad. Also, editor, bleep that if this becomes a video. But wow, that's bad. And then he drinks it, and it, like, goes down, like, his, like, robot torso.
Spend in mind, what do Super Bowl...
Like, you can promote AI as a useful thing and a useful product, but, like, no one likes watching AI commercials. People don't like AI content. You can't do that anymore. It was cool when it started, and, like, companies in, like, early AI days could do an AI. Why Otto Warmbier didn't survive North Korea. For the people that don't know Otto Warmbier, he is the guy that took the poster off a hotel wall in North Korea. They set him back in a vegetative state, and he died.
This is Otto Warmbier. He's a 21-year-old American college student.
My crime is very severe and pre-planned.
No, it was not severe. And I also don't know really if it was pre-planned. I think North Korea's government that killed this guy and effectively tortured him is full of psychopath narcissists that don't understand that somebody taking a poster off your wall really isn't that big a deal. You probably could have charged him for it. I think any other hotel would maybe get him for like vandalism, and it would be like a petty crime, petty theft, but not to the point where he has to be on a big news station and he's pleading for his life.
Travel agency. The destination was Pyongyang, the capital of North Korea.
On the early morning of January 1st, 2016, I committed my crime aimed at harming the work ethic and the motivation of the Korean people.
Are we serious? Are we serious? Yo, they wrote that out for him to say. There's no way. I aimed at harming the North Korean people's work ethic. He took a poster off a wall, bruh. You're acting like he took a on Kim Jong-un's statue.
After a night of partying, he allegedly took a poster from the hallway of his hotel. Shortly after, he was detained for perpetrating a hostile act against the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
I understand the severity of my crime.
Now he's here, trying to save his life, at the mercy of a totalitarian dictatorship.
I have been very impressed by the Korean government's humanitarian treatment of severe criminals like myself. And of
Are we dead ass? Dude, when he got off the plane, that motherfucker got wheeled out. They put him in like a coma borderline. Are we serious? I respect how nice they've been treating me. When he got back, he died.
They're very fair and square legal procedures in the DPR Korea.
A communist regime that nurtures a deep hate for America.
The United States administration already knows about my act through the CIA. And
yo, I actually always used to say that I would go to North Korea if they let Americans go there. I'm now changing my mind because I know they would kill my ass. I have talked so much shit about Kim Jong-un and North Korea in general, like so much shit. I couldn't pull up and be like, hello, I love your country. There's no prisoner camps here. You're not killing your people. You're a great leader. Your people aren't malnourished. No, you invented the hamburger. Oh, wow. Oh, your father invented the hamburger. Sorry. Wow. Really? Yeah, you just came up with the idea.
Connived at my crime.
Soon, the case of this college kid will escalate the already tense relationship between two nuclear powers.
North Korea best not make any more threats to the...
And I also, bro, I gotta say, it's not, there's no feeling bad for Kim Jong-un, but like, Kim Jong-un is definitively a product of the environment he grew up in. Like, Kim Jong-un would be a regular guy if he had not grown up with his father being a psycho dictator that spoiled him and like ensured that he would be the leader of his nation. Like, his son, Kim Jong-un wasn't even supposed to be the leader of North Korea. His older brother was supposed to. But his father called him a pussy and said that he couldn't lead because Kim Jong-un was better and like capable of doing that shit because his older brother was too into music and was too womanly or something. Like, Kim Jong-un was literally manipulated from the second he was a child to be the leader of North Korea.
The United States, they will be met with fire and fury.
Otto Warmbier, at this point, has no idea what he is about to face.
An American is being held captive in North Korea. He was sentenced to 21 years of hard labor.
Those prisons are rough places. If something very bad happened to him.
Americans' fateful trip to North Korea.
Complete failure to recognize fundamental human rights.
And I mean, dude, you're not even thinking, like, not only is he in North Korean prison, he's in just foreign prison, which is already terrifying. Like, imagine you're a guy that only speaks English and you get imprisoned in China. You're in jail or prison, and no one speaks the same language as you. Like, maybe in China they would. In North Korea, no one speaks English because they hate English. They hate Western ideologies. So you're literally just like, getting screamed at. You don't know what's going on.
Rights.
The dreams of a young man.
You're fucked.
Destroyed by dubious charges from a ruthless regime.
This very press conference might be his last chance to save his life.
I don't want to say, yeah, and I know that, like, they have him. Oh, my God. I feel like this is just one of those scenarios where it's like, and I'm not going to see, I know Trump was president when this was happening, and I think what he's doing right now, and he's like, we need to forcefully take over Greenland. Fucking crazy, right? Like, Denmark literally says we could use their military bases, and, like, why is he saying that? For his own personal gain. It's fucking weird, right? But, like, this is one of those scenarios where I do wonder what would have happened if he was like, if Otto Warmbier comes back harmed, I will bomb North Korea. Like, if he just, like, flat out said that. Like, obviously he never would over this kid because he's not, like, I don't want to say it, but it's like, the U.S. does hold value over important figures in foreign policy, especially with obtaining, like, either prisoners of war or, you know, people that are held captive in other countries. Like, if he was not just a random college student, it would be different.
Son in my family. My mother needs me. My father needs me. My younger brother and my younger sister need me. I entirely beg you, people and government of the DPR Korea.
I think he is emotional, but what sucks is he has to put, like, this begging plea when, like, he's not in the wrong. Like, he did a slap on the wrist thing, and they kill him for it. He did something so minute. The counterpoint people are going to say is like, well, he was in North Korea. You should have known. But it's like, okay, bro.
For your forgiveness. Please. I have made the worst mistake of my life.
Otto Warmbier won't survive, and his case will bring
What'd he do? Took a poster off a wall.
The US and North Korea to the brink of war. But the version of events many people remember might not be true.
What? Can't start out the video.
Much
like
of our
Fern.
research is based on this extensive GQ article. Find the link in the description. New Year's Eve, 2015. This is Kim Il-sung Square in Pyongyang.
And it's not 2015 in North Korea. It's not 2015. New Year's Eve, different year in North Korea.
Thousands of North Koreans have gathered to watch the fireworks and greet the new year. Among them is a group of tourists. These are people from Europe, Australia, and the US. They're here with a travel agency, and they booked a 5-day, 4-night New Year's party tour for $1,200. Otto Warmbier is one of them.
I mean, that's crazy, dude, how much the country's changed since then that you were able to book a New Year tour in North Korea.
New Year's party tour for $1,200. Otto Warmbier is one of them. Now, after the fireworks, they return to their hotel, a 47-story tower located on a small island in the Taedong River. It boasts 5 restaurants, a bar, a sauna, a massage parlor, even a bowling alley. One of the restaurants revolves. Because of its location, people call it the Alcatraz of fun. During the tour, they'll drink at a fancy bar and eat at fine restaurants. And, on top, they get the full propaganda tour. They've already visited the 70-foot bronze statues of Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il, the country's first 2 dictators. They're regarded as near holy figures. State propaganda has it that when Kim Jong-il was born at the site of a holy mountain, a double rainbow and a glowing new star appeared in the sky. Today, his birthday, the Day of the Shining Star, is a public holiday. Citizens spontaneously salute the massive statue.
Yeah, and they have his dead body in a fucking box. Or some shit. It's either him or his son. They have his dead body. The only restaurant for 913 square miles. This video is like 12 years old, but it popped up on my recommended and it looks fucking interesting as shit. So we're watching it. In Guthrie, Texas. I feel like when you look at a map, let me pull up a map of Texas. I know people live all over Texas, but when I look at Texas, I go, okay, people live, like Texas is bigger than most European countries, like almost all of them. When I look at Texas, I go, people live here and right. Like, I don't know anything that goes on in this part of Texas. Lubbock, Midland, Odessa, but there's still like thousands of people that live there. Mountains and it's probably the, oh God.
We
in Guthrie.
are isolated from the world. 90 miles from Lubbock. We're 60 miles from a Walmart. We're still
60 miles from a Walmart. I feel like now there's no shot they're 60 miles from a Walmart. I feel like everywhere's within 5 miles of a Walmart in the U.S. Guthrie, Texas, Walmart. I'm just going to look up Guthrie, Texas. Population. That's how we'll know if they got a Walmart. 151 people. Okay, so my chat is larger than their town by a very large margin.
miles from a doctor. People that live in this community.
How far from a doctor?
Still 30 miles from a doctor.
30 miles from a doctor. So if you get gravely injured, you just die.
People that live in this community are very self-sufficient. Today we're going to see how much you remember. All right? Something that means repetition produces impeccability.
Yeah, this is what's... Okay, it's not... There's no way it's this outdated anymore. This is... Wait, actually, chat, what year does this look like it's from? And then I already told you how old the video is. This is from 2015. Does this not look like 1995? Like, this looks like actually like 2002. This is from 2015. I was going to say, oh, it's old, so that's why it looks like this. But even for 2015, this is an outdated classroom. You need a shave, I could tell. I could also tell your current razor isn't good enough for you, pal. You know what is? Dollar Shave Club, the sponsor of today's video. This limited edition Dollar Shave Club X Call of Duty Warzone starter kit ensures that you can upgrade your shaving game. Not only does it include the no-slip tactical grip and 2 6-blade cartridges, it also has a juicy lube strip to ensure that you get the perfect glide every single shave. And every kit includes a bonus code to unlock in-game Call of Duty Warzone content. What a deal. Not only do Dollar Shave Club blades offer pivot precision, enabling you to maneuver your shave in a smooth and efficient manner, but it also has longer lasting blades, so you don't have to replace your cartridges all the time. So make sure to click the link in the description and get your limited edition Dollar Shave Club and Call of Duty Warzone starter kit to better your shave, as well as get some in-game bonus content. Hey, while you're at it, pick up some Dollar Shave Club butter. Thank you to Dollar Shave Club for sponsoring this video. And let's get back into it.
We have 110 kids.
Bro got on the whiteboard 10 Mondays till Christmas.
We have 110 kids here, pre-K through 12th.
Oh my God, their school is pre-K through 12th grade. That's fucking crazy. You stay at the same school from literally 2 years old through high school.
Place unknown by much of the world. School teacher Karen Rothwell teaches her students all
Yo, what do you do at like prom? If like say like your prom like your senior class is like 7 people and it's like 3 guys, 4 girls. You're just fucked.
About the world outside of Guthrie, Texas. All eyes, it seems, are on the clock because it's homecoming and the football
It's homecoming.
Ball game is only
Who do you bring to homecoming?
hours away.
Okay, and what's our final?
This is the football game. You think they got a football team? They got to get every guy in the city. Their football team. You ain't got enough people for a football team. You got 150 people K through 12.
Thing we're supposed to do tonight at homecoming?
Win the football game.
Win the football game.
Wow, bro. Yo, they actually have like 1 teacher. Wait, no, that's fucked. Dude, their entire high school, like their high school class is like a fucking elementary school class. Like they don't switch rooms. They just have 1 fucking teacher. That's crazy.
We don't have a gas station. We don't have doctors.
Don't have a gas station. Where do you go? Where do you get gas? What? Why would anybody want to live here?
We don't have a movie theater. We don't have a DVD place. And we don't have restaurants.
Don't have restaurants.
Tonight, it's homecoming. We have a double header. We have a junior high ball.
Yeah, but they still have a $500,000 football stadium. They have a better football field. Wow, that's Texas for you. No gas station, No gas station, no Walmart, no doctor. They still got like a state-of-the-art football stadium. That's fucking nuts.
Game and
This is like a better football field than like most high schools.
and a high school ball game back to back.
That's like 50K, way more than 50K, bro. Football, like state or not a stadium. Football fields are expensive.
Our football boys are 5-0 right now, and they're ranked
5-0. We got Big Texas on this team. How the fuck are they 5-0? They got 4 people on their team.
second in the state, and so we've got a good bunch of boys.
Second in the state in Guthrie, Texas. What are they feeding these kids?
No, right now, and they're ranked second in the state, and so we've got a good bunch of boys, and we've got lots of people.
You're kidding. Second in the state in their group, right? It would be like, yeah, 1A. They're second in the state, not overall. They're second in the state in like their group 1.
Coming to watch them.
Well, it may be 6-man football, but the intensity is just the same. It's
Their football team has 6 people. That's a thing. They have 6-man football. How do you even run that? Are they both two-way play? Is everybody a two-way player? You're a 6-man football team. What do you like? The QB's also the kicker, or like, how does that work?
It's always a big night in Guthrie when the Jaguars take the field.
Is there any way to view this place in 2026? Any of y'all got a video of Guthrie, Texas today?
Thing is, the first play of the evening seems to be a handoff of 2 bags of lettuce.
Okay, boys, y'all slice these up and put them in the bags, okay? Dion. Woo.
They're cooking? What is happening right now? They have to make food before the game?
It's a big deal. It's the
Why are
only
they cutting lettuce?
place to eat. Keep going all the way. Come on, come on, come on. There you go.
In this town, and the entire county for that matter, the concession stand at the football field is the only dining establishment within 913 square miles. And it's only open during football games.
Put them right here.
Karen Roth.
Yo, bro, so there's people that aren't even coming for the game. They're pulling up for the food. Like, there's 913 square miles. Bro, it's not 913 miles in one direction, chat. It's square miles.
Well, is the class sponsor.
Which is a lot smaller.
The wagon boss, if you will, of the Jaguar Gridiron Grill.
Yo, how do you bring somebody on a date? Like, if you live in this town and you're like, you want to go out on a date, like, do they actually just have to drive 40 miles to the, like, next city or town?
The purpose of the concession stand in Guthrie is the juniors. They have a senior trip, and you raise money for that senior trip your junior year, and that is done primarily through the concession stands.
So all 9 members of the junior class, football stars included, pitch in with Karen, her husband Steve, parents and teachers for a long night of...
Wow, bro, you know these guys are going crazy on... Where do they go, in the Bahamas for their senior trip? Jesus Christ, bro. That should be nuts.
Short order menu items. As quick as the junior high kicks off against the Petersburg Buffaloes, a line forms at the only restaurant around. Well, let's see what we got here. What y'all get?
I got a cheeseburger.
Yeah, cheeseburger right here.
And this is a Frito pie for him.
And
a Dr. Pepper and a water.
Okay.
And it's $9, and you can't beat that with a stick.
Hey, Steve-O, we got a cheeseburger and 2 fries.
All right, so maybe it's not gourmet food, but let me ask you this. Where else could you get
My town is somehow smaller than this. You're fucking lying. Bro, this is the middle of nowhere, bro. This is actually... No, this is like literally the middle of nowhere, bro. What are you talking about? They have no... They don't have a gas station. How do you not have a gas station? In Texas? Where do you fucking drive? How do you gotta drive out of town to go pick up gas? By the time you get back, you're a half tank.
Burger, where the beef comes from a cow from a ranch that's right over there.
What did that shirt say? Body in a box that they like fucking visit or some shit. It's fucking weird.
Homage.
Yeah, he's in an eternal
Propaganda
slumber.
is everywhere. Billboards show images of missiles striking the U.S. Capitol. Other posters sport slogans like, "Let's arm ourselves strongly with Kim Jong-il's patriotism." Disrespecting the communist dynasty can get you in big trouble. According to GQ, the Database Center for North Korean Human Rights confirmed a case of a factory janitor being prosecuted for bumping such a picture off the wall so that it fell and broke. Otto and the other tour members need to be careful. One wrong move, and they could face harsh punishment. Otto was raised in a suburb outside Cincinnati, Ohio, the oldest of 3 siblings. In high school, he was popular, athletic, and smart. At both prom and homecoming, he was crowned king. Speaking at his high school graduation, he quoted Andy Bernard from The Office.
I wish there was a way to know that you're in the good old days before you've actually left them.
Now, he's majoring in finance. Halfway through his junior year, he decides to do a winter break adventure to North Korea. It makes sense. He'll be studying abroad in Hong Kong in the spring. In 2015, the State Department's travel advisory for North Korea is clear. It recommends against Americans traveling there at all. On the other hand, the website of Young Pioneer Tours, Otto Warmbier's travel agency, said that traveling to North Korea was, quote, extremely safe. The tour operator specializes in taking...
Yo, that's literally cap. Like, if you, even in 2015, if you landed in North Korea and you just went, fuck Kim Jong-un, arrested.
You to destinations your mother would rather you stay away from.
Kim Jong-un is both fat and stupid, arrested, dead.
Parents had their concerns. But, as Cindy Warmbier later said, why would you say no to a kid like this? Early in the tour, the group is visiting this ship, the USS Pueblo. The North Korean military captured it.
I'm not suicidal.
In 1968. The North Koreans claimed it had entered their territorial waters.
I gotta rewind.
Captured it in 1968. The North Koreans claimed it had entered their territorial waters. Now, it's a tourist attraction. When the North Korean tour guide explains that the ship was seized from the United States, he doesn't say
Yeah, and they always go, oh, with North Korea's might. With North Korea's might, we took hold of the ship. The very weak Americans died trying to fight us, and now we use it as a showcase that we're much stronger. Yo, we could flatten your country. Like, I mean, it's just it's garbage just being spit out of their mouth. Like, it is literally just like fucking king. Yo, nobody dick rides harder than the people of North Korea for Kim Jong-un. And it's not even because they want to. They have to, or they die.
United States. He says, the imperial enemy.
This is not political, chat, bro. I'm not putting a political warning.
In 1950 and 1953, the U.S. dropped an estimated 635,000 tons of bombs on the country, plus some 32,000 tons of napalm. Major cities were obliterated. 75% of Pyongyang was destroyed. During the war, as many as 1 million civilians perished.
Wow.
In 1953, a ceasefire ended combat in the Korean War, but a peace agreement was never signed. Technically, the North is still at war with the South, and with its ally, the US. Most Americans are unaware of this war, so much so that the Korean War is often referred to as the Forgotten War. Not so in North Korea. The North Korean tour guide explains what...
Some random history that I'm probably going to poorly explain to you is that the U.S. originally didn't even want to get involved in, like, Asian war, like, involvements. But during, or right before the Korean War, something happened with Taiwan, and the U.S. wasn't going to get involved. And because it was outside of, like, the line of protection or something that they had geographically drawn. And then there was something that roped in the U.S. to Korea, and then that, like, fucked everything for, like, the involvement of China and Taiwan, and then also, like, Russia, and how they backed the North Korean, it was like the Iron Curtain involvement, where they were trying to get South Korea to be taken over. And so it became this whole thing that the U.S. ended up getting in. I'm explaining this terribly. Yeah, it was like, originally there was no plan for the U.S. to even enter the Korean War. Like, we were just going to be like, we're out of it. It's not our problem, you know? And then they just roped us in.
82 American sailors that were captured along with the ship. They were beaten, starved, and only released after 11 months. Otto Warmbier is not visiting just any country.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong on that. I probably got info wrong there, and I explained it bad.
He's in enemy territory. Danny Grattan, his roommate during the tour, will later recount that Otto seemed a little bit shocked. To lighten the mood, he and the other tour members give Otto a nickname, Imperial Enemy. The rest of the tour goes smoothly. Sightseeing during the day, restaurants and bars at night. They even engage with the local kids by having a friendly snowball fight. One of the reasons people
You just throw an ice ball and kill one of them, and then that's a big deal, too. That'd be fucking scary, bro.
travel is to understand the world a little better.
Like, I feel like if I was in North Korea, I wouldn't want to do anything there. Like, I would just sit in a room and wait until it was time to leave.
Brilliant does that for learning. It helps you engage with ideas in a hands-on way, so you can unlock
It's an ad.
to everything on the platform. Back to January 1st, after the fireworks. When the tour group returns to the Yanggokdo Hotel, they split up. Some go to the bar. Danny Grattan heads to the bowling alley. They lose track of Otto.
I'd be hitting that bowling alley up too, bro. Oh my God. Second they say we got a bowling alley in the hotel, yo, I'm on the lanes nonstop.
When Danny gets to his room, around 4:30 a.m., Otto is in bed, sound asleep. Then, a day and a half later, the group is ready to get on the plane. It's time to go home. As the last members of the group, Danny's and Otto's passports are checked. The officers take an unusually long time to scan their documents. Then Otto feels a sudden tap on his shoulder. There are 2 North Korean soldiers behind him. They lead him away. Danny doesn't think much of it and jokes, "Well, that's the last we'll ever see of you."
Oh my God, and that actually was the last time they saw him. I wonder if he would be able, like, was there anything he could have told them that would have them let him go? Because, like, they know he took the poster. So is there anything he could have said that would have been like, even if he was like, I love this country so much, I wasn't trying to commit a crime, I just wanted to have this poster as a memento because I'm too poor to ever come back here, and this is just something that I really wanted to, like, know. Even then, it just doesn't matter. You stole it.
Months later, Otto is standing trial in North Korea's Supreme Court. He's accused of...
I was going to start a North Korean worship cult in the United States, and this was going to be something that I wanted to spread North Korean ideologies to the United States. Like, even if you were saying some shit like that.
Violating Article 60 of the DPRK Criminal Code, state subversion. The central piece of evidence is this CCTV footage. It's time-stamped. The early hours of New Year's Day, 2016. It shows a staff-only area in the Yanggokdo Hotel. A shadowy figure removes a poster from the wall and appears to set it on the ground.
Oh, he was in a staff-only room? Do you think they would have noticed if he had taken something from the hotel? That's what I know this is in the hotel, but I'm saying his room. Like, that's more what I would have tried to do. Like, if I was going to take something, like something from the room.
The poster looked like this, a propaganda poster, and it contained the Supreme Leader's name. Let's arm ourselves strongly with Kim Jong-il's patriotism. To remove it from the wall is a serious crime, a bid to impair the unity of North Korea's people. And that shadowy figure? According to the prosecutors, that is Otto Warmbier. The trial only lasts an hour. The Young Pioneers' North Korean tour guide testifies against Otto. A second witness takes the stand, an employee who says they noticed the poster had been taken from the wall. Otto's belongings are presented as evidence, and fingerprints are shown on a flat-screen TV. But most of the supposed evidence came from Otto's confession 2 weeks earlier. Here, he goes into the details.
Oh my God, don't tell me he actually didn't take the poster and they just framed a random guy.
On January 1st, 2016, New Year's Day. I committed severe crimes against both the people and the government of the DPR Korea. The task was given by the Friendship United Methodist Church. At the encouragement of the Z Society and the connivance of the United States administration.
He's saying that the U.S. government and the Methodist Church implored him to take the poster. Did he take it or did he just put it down? Like, I don't understand. China and be like, I'm from North Korea, help me. You're not going to be able to speak to them, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, they're just going to rat on you.
And starts a treacherous journey that will take him many months through China and
oh my God, he had to go all the way to Mongolia
to South Korea, where he'll eventually...
What? He had to make his way all the way to Mongolia so he could catch a flight to South Korea?
Seek asylum. Escaping a prison is one thing. Escaping the country is another. We made a whole video on how to escape North Korea. Link is in the description.
Yeah, we watched that video.
Shin also manages to escape from Camp 18 twice, both times by crawling under a fence. Both times he's recaptured. After his
I'm wondering why he wasn't killed, if he was recaptured.
second attempt, Shin is sent back to Camp 14 and is thrown into a special detention center, a place with only one purpose: torture.
I still have the scars of my torture and the burns. Look at my arms. My arms aren't normal. They are bent and deformed. Before
His arm is like they snapped it.
I was tortured, my arms were straight. When I was tortured, my arms were tied up with a rope and pulled backwards. That made them more and more bent. I'm filled with anger when I stand in front of the mirror and look at my body after a shower.
After 4 weeks of torture, he's thrown into a pitch-black cell. No windows and barely enough space to lie down. There he'll spend the next 6 months. After his release, Shin is thrown back to the general prison population. He has to work in the coal mine, the farm fields, and eventually in a garment factory. This is where he meets Park Young-chul, a man unlike anyone Shin has ever seen. Born into an elite family, Park once held a prestigious job and had seen the world beyond North Korea's borders.
What? So he left North Korea?
By then, Shin already knows he's on the execution list. With Park at his side, he begins planning what will be Shin's third and final escape. Shin and Park are assigned to do some woodwork up in the mountains, along with some prisoners. They're chopping wood near the outer fence. The camp's fence is around 10 feet high. And
how many guards do you think they got for, like, a group of people? Because part of me's thinking, like, you could just rush those motherfuckers, you know?
Lined with high-voltage barbed wire.
I feel like, bro, if you got a group of 10 people, they probably got, like, 3 guards. And they're all holding machine guns or rifles.
The next guard tower is a quarter of a mile away. Shin watches.
Some people will die. Yeah, well, realistically, they probably have enough guards to where all of them would die, so they can't revolt. But I'm thinking, like, if you had 2 guards and 10 people, you could realistically try, like, knowing 8 of you are going to die, but, like, 2 of you are going to be able to overpower them and live, and then you just steal their shit.
The patrols. There are long gaps between them where no guard is close enough to spot the 2. The plan is simple. Wait until dusk so that their footprints can't easily be traced in the snow. They slip through the high-voltage wires without touching them.
Risky maneuver.
As the sun sets, Shin and Park move closer to the fence. They hack branches, pretending to stack wood. Nobody notices them. Park hesitates. Shin's heart races. He grabs Park's hand and they run. Shin slips. Park reaches the fence before him. He tries to squeeze his head between the 2 lowest wires and hits one of them. Park's body is not moving. The bottom wire bends under his weight, creating a narrow gap.
Oh my god, and you just leave him. Oh my god, you just leave him.
Shin crawls over Park's body.
You have to.
He's almost past the fence when his legs slip, hitting one of the wires. The voltage tears through him. His pants char, his skin burns from ankle to knee.
It's that fucking high of voltage? Did it kill him?
But somehow he makes it through.
No! Okay.
Park's body lies dead on the fence. Shin runs without looking back.
Oh, because he got hit in the head.
For 2 hours straight until he realizes that he made it. He manages to cross the river to China, and after a journey of almost 2 years, he finally reaches South Korea. These are all the prison camps that are most likely active in North Korea today. According to Greg Scarlatoiu,
Like right now. Like right now. I know time difference, like it's 7 p. Time difference, what time is it in North Korea? It's 8 a.m. There's people in North Korea right now in camps that are like doing slave labor. Right now. Like right now, there's probably thousands of people that are actively fucking doing crops, cutting wood, being beaten to death. Fuck, man.
the camps are changing, and not for the better. Camps near the border have reportedly been moved further inland, likely to make escape even harder. And some new internal perimeters have appeared, possibly to isolate high-value prisoners.
The third development, in terms of infrastructure, evolution and development, has been the creation of watchtowers and what appears to be intersecting lines of fire around the camps that would be meant to basically exterminate those who attempt to leave those camps.
For some camps, evidence is even scarcer.
There's one camp that we know very little about, and that's Camp 16, 1-6. That's very close to the Punggye-ri nuclear testing facility. And I have spoken with the South Korean nuclear scientists who said, look, we don't believe that prisoners are used in digging those tunnels for the nuclear tests, but it is very likely that they will be, used and abused while cleaning up after those nuclear tests.
The
Oh my God, what? And then they're gonna die of radiation.
HRNK estimates that up to
120,000 people in these camps?
people are currently held in North Korean prison camps. In fact, as a viewer of this video, you might know more about them than most North Koreans ever will.
We have to remember that these people are being tortured and maimed today. They were tortured and maimed yesterday, and the same will happen tomorrow. So, I think it's a matter of moral, ethical, religious, and political obligation to continue to maintain our interest in these issues.
This is Shin today. He gradually adjusted to a life in society and became a public speaker and advocate for human rights in North Korea. In 2015, Shin Dong-hyuk retracted parts of his story and admitted to changing certain key details in Escape from Camp 14. The book's author published a detailed statement outlining every change Shin had made. According to Shin, some memories were simply too painful and others too shameful to share truthfully at the time. This is
wow. So it's not even like he made it seem worse. He made it seem better than it was. Like one of the edits it showed was that he hated his brother, and so it was easier for him to rat on him.
a common reaction for victims of torture, who often cope by suppressing or distorting their accounts of what really happened. Greg Scarlatoiu and others believe Shin's changes don't alter the fundamental truth of his reports.
Was Shin Dong-hyuk a political prisoner? Yes, 100%. Okay, he spent some time both at Camp 14 and Camp 18, right across the river. Did he witness the execution of his mother and brother? Yes, he did. So the fundamental elements of Shin Dong-hyuk's story did not change.
Shin bears the
Yeah, it's like small little additions to each part of the story.
scars, physical and psychological.
I just don't know how you could physically live a regular life after that. You know what I mean? Like they're very like advocative and they do public speaking work, but it's like always in the back of your mind, you're going to be like, people I knew are in that camp right now. Like you escaped and now you could live in South Korea, but it's like, there's over 100,000 people that are there still, and they're just never going to get out. Wow. That's a sad video, but I'm glad we watched it. All right, count me down 30 seconds, Sean. I gotta pass, then we're gonna hop in. Then the waitress comes by. She goes, does anybody want a drink? Anybody want a drink? He goes, excuse me. I'm like, what is this kid about to order? A fucking Miller Lite? Can I get an apple juice? I'm like, yeah, he's 8. So he asked for an apple juice. And I'm like, yeah, okay, here we go. I fall back asleep again. Brooke wakes me up. And I'm like, she like shakes me awake. I'm like, oh, what? She points, and he's just standing, staring at me. I'm like, what the fuck? She's like, oh, he needs to use the bathroom. I'm like, oh, like, why is he fucking standing, staring at me? He's literally like, just waiting for me to get up. I fucking like move. He's like already trying to move by me. So I just like pick my legs up. He moves by. I go take a piss. He's sitting back down. He has like earbuds in. He's watching like The Breakfast Club from like the 80s. I don't know if it was The Breakfast Club. It's some old ass movie. And it's like a 5.5 hour flight. We're like 4 hours in. The dad gets up. He goes, yo, you good? Kid goes, yeah, I'm fine. Kid proceeds to pull out like 5 snack bag size of Doritos and houses all of them. Like the remaining hour and a half of this is the most fascinating kid that I think I've ever seen. He's writing a 9-page essay. He has a weird like lockbox briefcase full of colored pencils. He's wearing pit vipers on an airplane, orders apple juice, then eats 5 bags of Doritos watching 90s films. It was so odd. I don't want to say the hope for humanity, but he wasn't like a brain rotted Gen Alpha kid. He was like a smart kid that had like regular hobbies, like coloring and watching movies, not skibbity toilet. We get off the plane. He walks off and dude literally just proceeds to have like an in-depth conversation with his dad. I'm like, I feel like this kid has to have an IQ of like 180. Like this kid's gonna be a billionaire someday. What the fuck? Like I've never seen somebody that smart that young. That's basically the end of the story. Oh my God, no it's not. Oh my God, no it's not. We have to get on a bus to go get my car. When we're on the bus, we get on and some guy, he might be watching stream right now. I'm gonna let you know, you're a nice guy. The way that you started this conversation was very off-putting. Everybody, this is a bus of like 20 people. The guy lets like 30 people on. We're packed, right? And we're all getting off at different stops and there's people standing crammed on the walkway. So I'm like, this guy better hope that the people that need to get off first are the people that got on last. Because if the back of the bus needs to get off, this is fucked. And so at the first bus stop, everybody that was in the middle had to get off so this person in the back could get off. And then everybody had to get back on the bus. It was so stupid. It's this group of like 4 people. They're probably in their mid-20s. And this one guy, I get on the bus, sit down, and I do like a glance to my left and right. And he's just, I look to my left and he's just, I look at him and I look away. And I go, uh-oh. I like just sit on my phone and I see him staring at me. And he shows his friend his phone. And I go, I know he knows who I am. And he starts talking to his friend. And he goes, isn't it weird how... He says something along these lines. Isn't it weird how, like, we know everything about them, but they know nothing about us? And when I hear that, I go, what the fuck? What the fuck? At some point, his friend goes, oh, Joe. Not to me, but about me. And I go, what's up? And they go, oh, it's you. And then he has a regular conversation with me about how he went to TwitchCon and saw other streamers. And I'm like, hey, man, fucking just say that. Dude, you sound like a serial killer the way you introed that. You're talking about streamers and you're like, isn't it weird how we know everything about them, but they know nothing? Yeah, that's fucking Why are you saying that fucking 4 feet away from me? And then they were nice. They were nice people. And I didn't say anything, but I'm like, bro, if you're seeing this, just fucking start off with that. Just say, oh, are you Joe? And then it would have been normal. So I was a little short, but I was also tired. And that was it. That was the trip. It was fun. I had fun. It was me. Sorry for trolling. Me and my friend were just having a funny thing. I feel like you're lying. Like, the amount of people in my chat that are like, hey, that was me. Sorry. Hey, that was me. I wasn't trying to be weird or anything. Bro, just making shit up. All right, chat. Lock in. Oh, my God. I have another story. Saturday, I got this weed spray in San Diego. And one spray is 5 milligrams. And that's not that much. And I've done the spray before. And we had just gotten done the Twitch Rivals event. And we were eating at a restaurant called Bubs. While we were at this restaurant, we we're like, let's do the spray. And it's basically like a mouth spray that you spray under your tongue. One time is 5 milligrams, so 5 milligrams every spray. I've had like 4 drinks. I would be fine with being like slightly high. I do 2 sprays. We then go to one more bar. I get like 2 drinks and we go and get ready for dinner. While I'm laying on the bed, I'm watching TikToks and I feel my eyes starting to slightly go. I stand up and I'm like, I am a lot higher than I would like to be. And I say that. And Brooke goes, me too. Because she did 1 spray. And I'm like, really? I was like, this is supposed to be pretty weak though. And so I shower, get ready. As we leave, I'm like, it's like 8 at night. 8:30. There was supposed to be this Chief Keef party that I was supposed to go to. Ended up not really wanting to go. So we just didn't. But at the time, I was like, we should try and make the Chief Keef party. So we were like, let's go get food real quick. So we go to the sushi place. We're walking there. As I'm walking there, I am at the highest high that I will be. I am borderline paranoid. And we're walking like a mile to this place. And if you've never been to San Diego's a really nice city, but there's certain blocks that have a lot sketchier of a vibe. Lower level lights, a lot of homeless people, and people that are kind of just like standing and hovering. And I'm not judging those people, but it's like, makes you feel more unsafe, you know? If I'm in a more dimly lit street and there's people that are kind of like obviously on drugs walking around me. We're passing these people and I am like full paranoid. I'm at the level of high where I think everybody knows I'm high and they're going to say something to me that I look high. So we get to the restaurant. It's packed. I'm like, table for 2? She goes, we don't have a table for 2. You could sit at the bar. In my head, I go, oh no. Because sitting at the bar means I have to sit next to other people. I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. We'll sit at the bar. So we sit down. The waiter walks up and he's talking to us and he looks at me and I'm like, he knows I'm high. He knows I'm high. My eyes are so red. Like literally like tomato red. I asked for a Diet Coke. He fucking brings it over to me. I finish it. He brings me another one. Doesn't even ask. Goat. Feel like he definitely knew that I had like dry mouth. I order way too much food and I eat the first rolls and appetizers. They're so good. Then he brings out like the nigiri and I don't say nigiri right. He says it right. And I could tell that he was kind of judging me that I said nigiri instead of the way that you're supposed to say it. I can't say it and I'm not going to attempt to because I feel like I could come off wrong. So he brings it out and I'm staring at, I ordered like 4 pieces of fucking tuna, salmon, fucking yellowtail. I got crab. I got so much shit and I'm looking at that and I'm like, that looks disgusting. I love sushi, but as high as I was, I'm like, I'm about to eat raw fish. And so I'm eating it and it's the biggest pieces of fish I've ever fucking seen. And I'm chewing it and it's filled my whole mouth and I'm going like this. And Brooke's staring at me. She's like, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, it's just so much. It's so much raw fish. And I'm like slamming it down. We leave. And I'm like, that was the worst fucking sushi I've ever had. And it's not even because the sushi was bad. It was because I was too high to enjoy it. Finally, like, I'm coming down from it and we're walking back. And there is this guy that is just, I'm not making fun of him. I'm not judging him. He scared the shit out of me. He looked like he had gotten struck by lightning. Covered it, like, I'm talking like hair, like literally looked like he was cartoonishly struck by lightning. He was covered in dirt. He was staring at us. And when we walked by him, he went, like, I'm like holding my breath as I'm passing him. I'm like, dude, I feel like it was so scary. There was this one other guy at the first day. It's me, Sneeg, Hannah, Sneeg's wife, and Brooke. And this one dude who was on like fucking bath salts or some shit walks right up to us. Out of nowhere. We're leaving the TwitchCon party, going to another bar. He goes, stop fucking staring at me. You want to fucking go? And I'm like, what? Out of literally like darts across the street, makes eye contact with us, and he starts following, like tailing us from behind. And I like keep snapping my head, and I literally say to Sneeg, I'm like, bro, we might have to like fucking fight this guy. Like unironically, we might have to fucking fight this guy. He ends up like darting across the street and then harassing this other group. And I don't want to say I was happy because I felt bad for them, but I was like, thank fuck, I don't have to fucking deal with that guy anymore. That was like the 2 bad experiences there. How to speedrun obesity.
New year, new me. When I found out 2 in every 5 adults in the United States are obese, I made it my New Year's resolution to improve that figure. But how do you make yourself obese as fast as possible?
Fat and sugar, bro. Not even like fast food. If you just start eating like pastries and highly processed foods, you would get morbidly obese so fast. Like you could, if you really wanted to, you could gain like 50 pounds in a month by just eating like. What's hard isn't getting obese. What's hard is getting morbidly obese, right? It's not hard to be 350, you know? It's hard to be 550, 600 pounds. When you see people on like My 600 Pound Life, that's hard. They're eating all day. Every day. They're eating 10,000 calories, right? But for you to gain an absurd amount of weight isn't really that complicated. It's just eating a lot of sugars, empty calories that you're not going to burn off. Saturated fats, trans fats, like that.
What is obesity? Well, obesity is when you have excessive body fat, typically diagnosed with a body mass index exceeding 30, meaning if the rate...
I think BMI is inaccurate when it comes to determining a healthy adult, but it is accurate in determining obesity. Body mass index, though, is pretty bad for just determining whether or not you're overweight or not. Yeah, especially for kids, growing people, bodybuilders, athletic people that just weigh more than others.
Meaning if the ratio between your weight and height squared is above 30, you're probably obese. However, it's important to note that BMI is a flawed system. For example, John Cena is 6'1" and weighs 251 pounds with a BMI of 33.1. But
he's morbidly obese. By the BMI scale.
Not fat. So why is his BMI so high? Well, because muscle weighs more than fat, BMI can be misleading. But most people aren't built like John Cena. So you probably can't use that as an excuse. On the most basic...
Body fat percentage. The average person with like morbid obesity has a body fat percentage like above 35% or something. For men. For women are always going to have more body fat just because of where they hold weight. Boobs is a big thing as well. Like, women naturally have a higher body fat percentage. You could have a six-pack as a woman with, like, a 12% body fat percentage. As a man, it's got to be around, like, 8, 10, something like that.
Basic level, obesity happens when you consume more calories than you burn. Okay, duh.
Do dicks count? Your penis is an organ, and it's not fat. No. Your dick does not add to your body fat percentage. And even if it did, it would be a very debatable. It's not debatable.
So instead, I like to focus on small habits that can compound into a massive difference over time. After all, a journey of 1,000 pounds begins with a single bite. So let's go over a scenario on how you should behave to maximize weight gain.
That's me eating ramen. Damn, Raygasm, you fucking goat. I think it's because I did a react to his how to speedrun cancer video, which, let me say, masterpiece. So, very excited for this one.
Picture this. John just crafted the perfect custom combo box on the Taco Bell app.
Ooh, Taco Bell's a good. What's like the worst fast food place for you? There's probably a definitive off of like the options they have. Taco Bell's probably up there. Wendy's is up there. Wendy's is really not. Wendy's has healthy options, but like I think if you're eating a triple baconator, wait, what's the place that sells like it's called a 4x4, and it's like 4 patties. It's like this big. Is that Jack? No, it's not Jack. Is that In-N-Out? Five Guys? One of those ones. Those ones have to be horrible for you.
But his Taco Bell points are about to expire. If he doesn't use them now, they'll die. John cashes out and adds a beefy 5-layer burrito to his cart. While waiting on his $30 DoorDash order to arrive, he queues up a YouTube video. The stage is set. Obviously, fast food provides vital structural support to the obesity food pyramid. It's calorically dense, highly processed, and can snowball into other weight-gaining habits.
Ooh, don't drink water, only drink soda. Soda soda, juices.
Habits. A single meal can easily exceed your recommended daily caloric intake and oftentimes leaves you feeling empty like when the liquor store is closed. That's because satiation depends more on nutrient content than calories alone. Fast food and junk foods are typically low in fiber, protein, vitamins, and minerals, so they pass straight through you and fail to keep you full. This industry has a feeder fetish. They get consumers addicted to Crunchwrap Supremes. They chew them up and spit them out right back onto the street. It's disgusting.
Yo, every time I eat Taco Bell, it tastes worse than the time before, but I still crave it. It's like crack. You still want to eat the Taco Bell, but that 18th Doritos Locos taco is much worse than the first one you ever had. And every time the quality feels worse too.
Okay, anyway, let's return to the battlefield. John is now halfway through his Taco Bell order and can't stop watching Oni Plays Funniest Moments compilation. He doesn't realize how quickly he's eating, and at this rate, he's gonna pop. If you're serious about larding up, you gotta watch something while you're eating. It distracts your body from picking up on signals that you've eaten enough, so you can eat more.
Good sir, here's your Caniac combo. I highly recommend.
Damn, how much weight do y'all think you could gain in a month if you were tasked with it? Just raw weight. I would still work out, but I would eat like shit. I think I could gain 30 to 50 pounds in a month. No problem. I think I could gain a pound a day easily. Maybe 2. I think you can gain 2 pounds a day, 60 pounds. The problem is when you weigh more, you need to eat more to maintain that weight. So if like my starting weight right now is like 180, when I'm 220, it's going to be harder to gain those last 20 pounds than the first 20. Realistically, 300 pounds. You're not gaining 300 pounds in a month. You would die.
Empowering this fine dish with an Outdoor Boys video.
Luckily, John hasn't popped yet. He finished his meal and is going to top it off with some Baja Blast, which leads me to one of the most effective strategies in the current obesity meta.
Liquid calories.
Drinking calories.
Yes.
Processed foods open a shortcut from your bloodstream straight into sodium agartha.
Agartha needs your help. You must eat this burger to reactivate Agartha's force field.
Stack that with fast food's addicted design, and your brain is wired to drink more liquids. To exploit this debuff, never...
Why did Trump work at a McDonald's? Is this like a PR thing? Like, when did he do that?
Debuff, never sip water. That's a time waster. Grab some Fanta and fill up that cup one more time before you leave McDonald's. Guys, liquid calories are an absolute game changer. They're broken. They're super powerful because they're extremely easy to overconsume. Soda and juice have a lot of sugar with no fiber to balance them out, so they kind of sneak up on you. And that daily iced latte can add a couple hundred calories before you even realize it. The only thing that...
Oh my god, that'd be a cheat code. Go to Dunkin' every day, get a large iced coffee with just a shitload of like caramel, chocolate. Like, you ever see those videos where they get like 40 sugars and it's just somebody filming it and it's like half the cup? Some shit like that.
Faster than soda or DeviantArt is alcohol. I love alcohol.
That's another cheat code. Drinking straight beers. No, beers aren't the method. Because a beer fills you. A beer is a filling drink comparable to other alcohols. You'd want to do a cocktail. Mixed cocktails. And then you get drunk. You need to eat. See, that's also a thing in the United States. Alcoholics tend to be obese or overweight because they get really drunk, and that's a lot of calories. And to get less drunk, they need to eat a lot of carb-based fatty foods to bring them down and fill their...
Yeah. You do? What's your major?
Business.
Business? What's your name?
Why?
Just wondering what your name is.
Jose.
Jose? Jose, what's your last name?
Why?
Just wondering who I'm talking to.
I want to tell you that. I don't want to tell you that.
Okay. How old are you?
21.
What? He's actively drinking alcohol. Oh my god, he's drinking a Bush Peach.
All right.
What's my ID?
Yeah, you got an ID or anything to prove?
Oh my god, why is he vaping right now, brother? Just hand the ID.
think it's fake.
Huh?
I think it's fake.
You think it's fake? You think it's fake or you know it's fake? There's two different things.
Is he trolling the cop right now? I think this guy's rage baiting a police officer.
Campus 142.
I think it's fake. I would check it if I were you.
1 by deal number at Iowa when you're ready.
It's definitely not Jose.
I go by Jose.
I need to talk to these people here. I need to send them over here.
I'll step inside.
Okay.
Oh, did they clear all the guys? Oh, nope.
Is anyone in here that needs medical attention? Is anyone here that is against their will? Is there anyone here who is not participating in this? I.e. a leader?
Is there anyone with any sort of physical injury?
Oh my God, you're one of the leaders? Bro, that's a crazy tactic I didn't even think about. You're one of the leaders in the basement actively hazing the guys, and then you hear the cops and you take your shirt off, cover yourself in water and mud, and put a blindfold on? Just stand there? Just act like you're a part of it? Holy shit.
No. I'm almost.
Huh?
It's almost like this is about. With the guy standing here. What's all over you guys?
It's just water.
Just water? What's on that dude's tie?
I'm not sure if someone.
I swear to God, if I hear piss or cum, I'm going to freak out.
Serena. Does it look like it's...
Nope, you're gonna stand right over there.
Why?
Because I'm telling it to.
It's my house.
It's your house. You're responsible for everything that happened today. So, okay. Check in right there. Get up again.
You know what's nuts is this is where they hold the parties too. Not a guarantee at this frat house, but most frat houses hold parties in basements that are like this dirty.
Get up against the wall. Come over here.
I never had the only frat parties I had fun at were the ones in the spring that were outside, because those were chill. Because there was space. They would sometimes have like a really gross pool that was ice cold and muddy. And there would be, no one would swim in it, but there would be like 5 people that would be peer pressured into jumping into the pool. That was kind of okay. But the winter parties where they would throw them in the basement, I would be more hyped for the pregame, postgame than the actual frat party.
You're gonna do the same thing. You're gonna stand with your buddy over here.
Oh, they were like slapping him in the chest. Do you see that?
Milliken, take these two, ask them questions about what's going on their arms.
What's on their arms?
So, are you responsible for the house? No? Okay, who's the house dad?
I just told you he works at f***ing Summit. Go call him. Go there.
What's his name?
Eric, I told you. Why are you asking me?
Because it sounds like you're responsible for the house.
No.
Sounds like you have some idea of what's going on.
No.
You're not very forthcoming with everything.
How about you ask the house dad? Who are you, 30 years
That's who we're trying to get a hold of.
Okay, go call him. Please.
Stay right there.
Stay here.
You guys got IDs on you?
Yes, sir.
Let's take a look at them. Step back. I don't know you, dude.
This is
back
private property.
Can we? Is there no lights in the fucking house? What are we doing? What are we doing? Why are we walking around? Why are we? I just realized this. Why are we walking around with flashlights? Is the power out? What the fuck? Do they walk? Is the whole house just dark?
Yeah, I can stay here.
Yeah, but right now we're investigating something that's going on.
Investigating what? There's nothing going on.
Dude, they were definitely playing like Crazy Frog on that shit. Full blast, too.
Does anyone want to be forthcoming on what's going on? Anyone? Because you got to see it from my perspective. What the did I just walk into?
Celebration.
Nobody? Celebration or what?
Of life.
Okay, sweet.
Yo, that's making it sound so much more like a cult. Oh my God. A celebration of life? They were blindfolded wet in a dark basement. What are we doing? Celebration of life. Dude, what's nuts is they're I didn't even think about this. The guys that are getting hazed are probably like really drunk. There would be ones where it's not like a case race, but they would segment you into groups too, and you would have to fit. It depends on the frat. They do different shit because they just come up with whatever they want to fucking do. I'm just telling you stories about what I've heard, where it's like, because I have friends that have been in frats too. They would give you, I don't know if this counts as hazing because they could say maybe it's partying, but they would all give you like the pledges. You know, they'd split you in groups of 5, give you a 24 rack of beer, 2 bottles of wine, and a 5th of whiskey, and go, you got to finish this by the end of the night. And so it was like, all right, you know. Oh, my God. He has, like, bite marks on his arms.
Okay, the reason I pulled you guys aside. We're here for public safety.
That's 100% hazing? No, I know it's hazing, but I'm saying it's like, obviously hazing's illegal in 44 states. I'm saying what they count as hazing is like a weird gray area.
Okay, at this point, what's on your arms? Oh. Where are you guys going now?
They kind of look like they're covered in oil.
$127. Can I get you back down here? What's on your neck?
I don't know. I can't see.
What is that? What is that? What is that dried stuff on his fucking neck?
That looks like blood, is it? Shining your light. Is it blood?
That's what I'm asking.
Want to taste it?
No.
Okay.
Do you see why we're here? Why we're asking questions?
I don't know. You got the wrong guy.
I mean, bro, we're not getting kudos points right now for nodding along with this.
I was gonna ask those guys questions, and then he told them all to start heading out.
What's up?
I was gonna ask those 2 guys questions, but then they all started falling out.
They left.
No,
Oh, is he telling him to leave?
I stopped them, but he was.
Misunderstood. Did you pull these guys out?
No, I went to go talk to those guys, and then they started coming out.
Why did we come out?
So I said that. I said they should come out.
You said it?
I did.
So you're in charge. I know you said you're not in charge.
Not in charge.
Okay. You president?
Yes.
Step aside.
The officers finally speak to the fraternity president.
I'm going to tell you first and foremost, I'm a little frustrated, but we're going to get through it, okay? What's going on tonight?
It's their lead up to initiation.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the deal with what are we doing in the basement?
It's basically a ritual where they're blindfolded.
Okay.
And get messed with.
Okay. So the entire time that we've been here, which has now been, I think, 15, 20 minutes, we have been demanding to speak to somebody in charge.
Why would you want to be in a frat? I mean, from the perspective of somebody that's in a frat, and from talking to people that have been in frats and going to frat parties, I get there being some level of them being fucked with that they deem worth it. Like, one of my friends was a roach man, and every time there was a blunt, he had to eat it. So if they finished a blunt, the nut scandal that almost ruined Korean Air.
On December 5th, 2014, a flight operated by Korean Air was set to fly from New York City to Seoul, South Korea.
Was that a 16-hour flight?
But before it could even get off the ground, several people's lives were permanently altered by a bag of nuts. But despite where you might think this is going,
I thought this was going to be the nut scandal, like a chipmunk climbed into the fucking airplane overnight and started storing just all of its acorns and like peanuts that like weighed down one of the sides of the planes or something.
It's not a story about someone having an allergic reaction and the traumatized passengers who witness it. Instead, the story...
I had a rat problem at my old place back when I used to live in a trailer, and we got back from like this trip for a week. This was when I was like 8 years old. And a rat had taken all of the Hershey Kisses that were in a bowl and arranged them in a line in between the gap between my washer or not my washer, my dishwasher and the countertop. Because it was like, there was a gap about this big, and there was just a line of Hershey Kisses all the way from the back to the front. It's very weird. Never found out why it did that, but I had a rat problem. I remember there was a rat problem, and we had a rat and a bat problem, separate times. But when the rats were there, they would like grab stuff, and I still think about it. Like to this day, I'm like, why did it do that? I know it was storing the food in some way, but it was like so not perfectly organized, but it was like almost perfect. Like it was just like lined, like he like individually carried one over every time.
Instead, the story centers around Cho Hyun-ah, also known as Heather Cho, a vice president at Korean Air who was sitting in
Did she have a nut allergy or something?
First class for that flight. As the plane was preparing to take off, a flight attendant handed Mrs. Cho a bag of macadamia nuts. And this is when all hell broke loose.
The CEO or like one of the heads of the company gets a bag of macadamia nuts. Macadamia? You know I only eat cashews. How dare you?
Cho was instantly enraged because she was served the nuts in a bag instead of in a bowl. Yes, that's...
Oh my God. Like that enraged her? I get maybe it'd be like policy to like put them in a bowl for first class. But if you're the CEO, I'd be like, you guys are supposed to put this in a bowl and move on. Not, oh, what do you think I am, some poor person? Sitting in coach? Are you going to offer me next a Biscoff cookie? Who do you think I am, some peasant?
The grave offense that's...
Next you're going to offer me fentanyl, I bet. That's why I do it in the back bathroom.
Started this whole thing. Cho began screaming at the flight attendant, a woman named Kim Do-hee, reportedly yelling, "What kind of service is this?" and berating her for a minute before realizing that she should really be yelling at Kim's boss. So she called over the cabin crew chief, Park Chang-jin, and began screaming at him instead, throwing the bag of nuts against a wall in the process. She asked Park why she had been served macadamia nuts in a bag instead of in a bowl. To which he replied,
and imagine being a customer. Like you're sitting in first class next to her. You're also rich, but you're like not a dickhead. And you're going, whoa, this is like out of a movie level of like fucking, privilege. You care that bad, just tear it open. The only thing that warrants this level of anger is if you're handed a Nature Valley bar in first class in the package. And it's like an older plastic one that's really hard to tear, and you just know it's going to go everywhere. Like, that would be the problem.
Simply following the official Korean Air service manual. Cho then demanded that they bring her...
I'm not dissing Nature Valley. I'm saying if you have a Nature Valley bar, it's like in that situation, I'd be like, all right, could you open it for me? Because the entire pain of a Nature Valley bar is opening a Nature Valley bar. Whereas, like, you're just tearing open a bag of nuts.
Cho then demanded that they bring her the service manual to prove it. So Park grabbed a tablet which had the manual on it. Nervous from the situation, he accidentally mistyped the password for the tablet, causing Cho to get even more upset. But once he was able to get the manual open, he showed Cho proof that the flight attendant had correctly followed the guidelines for the cabin crew when it comes to serving macadamia nuts.
Oh, so it literally, like, they're right. So she's also just a shitty CEO that doesn't even know her own manual. Like, they didn't even fuck up. She's just crashing out for no reason. That's wild. Do you think it's like a germ thing? You're not supposed to give them in a bowl because it's like, ooh, loose nuts.
And if they had a whole
that's kind of weird
thing dedicated to that, I can only imagine how long that manual was. It's just a shame that they didn't have a section for...
Dude, serving nuts is really a rich person thing. You ever been to a shitty fucking, like, restaurant or, like, small eat spot and, like, one of the menu items is, like, mixed nuts? $9. Why don't you just give me dirt and charge me for it? Mixed nuts, $9. Are you fucking serious? That should be free. Mixed nuts, fucking $9. If I'm at a bar and I'm buying fucking $20 drinks, $18 mixed drinks, and I have to pay $9 to get a shitty trail mix, that you got from fucking Walmart down the street in a big barrel.
Of the company throws the bag of nuts at you. Unfortunately, the evidence that she was wrong did not do much to calm down Mrs. Cho. Instead, she continued yelling at both Kim and Park, eventually forcing them to get on their knees and beg for her forgiveness.
I know the job market's rough, but I don't think there's a world where I would get on my knees and beg a random woman that owns the company to, like, please save me. Quitting on the spot? Yeah, literally being like, all right, I'm taking this flight now. Fuck you.
That might seem intense, but anyone who's ever been handed a bag of macadamia nuts instead of having them presented to you in a bowl can understand the frustration. While the flight attendants were on their knees, Cho continued berating them and then grabbed the tablet and started hitting Park's knuckles with it. Again, I think we can all agree that...
What is this? What are we in, a fucking 1930s American classroom where you get hit with a ruler? What type of shit is that? She started breaking his knuckles with a fucking iPad?
This is a pretty rational response, considering...
Honestly, get your bag, you know? Honestly, him kind of leaning... If he had just quit, that would be bad, you know? Because if he had quit, he's not getting anything. Like, maybe he just gets like a nice pay package for leaving. Now he could sue the shit out of her. Like, she's beating him with an iPad for giving her mixed nuts. Or not mixed nuts, macadamia nuts.
What Cho had endured. She then fired Park and demanded that the plane be sent back to the gate so he can be kicked off. The entire interaction took place in the first-class cabin, but there was only one other passenger flying first class on that flight.
Oh, so nobody was there to see it. I think somebody else would have fucking said something to her.
And I can only imagine the severe discomfort that person was experiencing in that moment. Sorry to interrupt, but could I trouble you for a ginger ale when you have a chance? The plane, which still...
Trouble you for a ginger ale? I would say something. If I was on a first-class plane for Korean Air and I know the CEO is crashing out on this person, I'm going, yo, I'm never flying with you again. Like, you're awful. Like, you need to step down. No, you wouldn't. Yes, the fuck I would. Yes, the fuck I would, because I don't work for her. What is she gonna do? Ban me from Korean Airlines? Oh, boo fucking who? Oh, boo fucking who? There's a million fucking airlines. You take another one. You're not the hero. I'm not saying I'm a hero. I'm not doing that in this hero complex of like, let me save the day. You stop hitting that man in the knuckles with an iPad. I would be annoyed personally of how awkward and weird that is. I would walk up and be like, you're being a weird, like you're being a loser. Like, why are you crashing out? Like, what type of weird prissy rich shit is this? Like, I don't have, like, bro, because you got to realize, like, there's flying first class is fine. Like, if you have the money to fly it, fine. Spend the money to fly it. But, like, that level I hate rich people that act like snobby movie rich people. Like, I understand I have money now. I didn't have money then. And even though I have money now, I'm going to still tip people well. I'll, like, still be forgiving for mess ups. Like, honestly, I've always said, most of the time, if a waitress brings me the wrong thing, I'm probably not sending it back. Right? The rich people shit where it's like, oh, I have money, so therefore you must serve me better than the average person. No, you're just a regular ass motherfucker. And I understand in first class you're paying for better service, but it's like, dude, they'll bring you like a damp towel to fucking wipe your face with. I flew first class one time, upgraded, and it was paid for by a company that was taking me somewhere. When I sat down, they handed me a wet towel. I went, what? Like what am I? It was a hot, wet towel, and he handed it to me, and I went, like, what am I supposed to do with this? He's like, it's for your hands or your face. I went, okay, and I just like put my hands with it, handed it back to him. I'm like, this is the most useless shit ever. That's the type of rich people shit I don't understand. I have money now. I'm like, that is stupid. Like, why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? What do you need? Well, I need a warm towel for what? Like, I'm sitting on a fucking airline. Just give me like a drink and then I'm fine. Here's a water. Thanks. That's all I need.
The fact that he's Korean. Don't worry, Park. We'll let you buy a ticket back. The flight then took off 46 minutes late.
What's the most rich person thing you've done? I buy Main Plus when I fly now. I don't sit in the back of the plane, but I don't buy first class. I get Main Plus. 6 extra inches of leg room and a free checked bag. That's balling. I spend, if I'm flying, if like regular coach is like $400, I'll pay $650 for more leg room. And is it a waste of money? Yeah, sure. But like, that's why, like, I have the money for that. I don't have the money. I do have the money. I could fly first class, but it's stupid to fly first class. Like, that's just like, you're full on wasting money. Cause like Main Plus is $650 if coach is 4. First class is like $1,400 for a 4-hour flight or like a 3-hour flight. Like, I'm not paying that. Like, I'm just getting conned. You know, but if I was flying like to like Asia, like if I ever fly to like Thailand or something, I'd buy one of the lay down seats. Cause sitting upright for 15 hours, I'm gonna be fucking bashing my head on the walls, man. That shit sounds terrible. Like, that I would pay the money for. What's the most rich person thing I've done though? I don't know. Like, I don't know. What do you mean by that? I bought like, oh no, you know the biggest rich person thing that I've done now that I'm at the point in my life, I will give the waitress my card before knowing how much the bill was. I don't look at the bill. Like, if I'm out to eat, that's the thing that I've noticed. I'll just hand them my card. Well, either way you're paying. Some people just do that, but like, I'll just hand them my card, but that's it. Like, I used to look at the bill. Now I don't look at the bill.
Flight attendant Kim Do-hee,
it's not really rich, it's more financial security,
was not dismissed, since Cho had shifted her hatred towards...
What if they charge you for some shit you didn't order? I don't know. That probably has happened before. Ooh, no. Richest thing that I do is I buy my friend... Every time I go out, I buy shots. I waste money when I go out. If I go out to a bar, I'm probably blowing like $400 on drinks. That's like the stupidest shit I do. But it's like, I'd rather, like, I would want my friends to do that if they had money. So it's like, I want to do that shit. Like, I have money, I go out with my friends, I turn, like, they're all talking, I turn around, I have a tray of shots. Like, it's fun. Like, because I could spend that money. Yeah, gambling, sure. What else? I don't know. Way back, I was financing my car, and I had, like, it was like 3 years that I had to finance this car. And like a year and a half in, I went, what the fuck am I doing? And I just paid it off. Like, I guess that. It was like, I was just like, why? Just buy it.
But we can only imagine the tension in that first-class cabin during the flight. And it's a good thing the moist towelette was the right temperature. Otherwise, we would have had to run the whole thing back.
See, that's what I'm saying, this moist towelette. That's the thing they run on every airline. Why am I getting a moist towelette? I've never been somewhere where they do that. It's weird. I don't want that. Why are you giving me a wet towel? It's like, honestly, I get, it's nice that it's warm, but it's like, ugh. Like, I don't, why?
Now, if you've heard this story and you're wondering how Heather Cho had enough power to not only fire the cabin crew chief for something this trivial, but also to turn the plane around and order it back to the gate, allow me to provide some context. Mrs. Cho was not just a vice president at Korean Air. She was also the daughter of Korean Air chairman and CEO Cho Yang-ho.
Oh, so she's like a Nepo baby.
You see, large South Korean conglomerates, known in the country as chaebols, are often controlled by powerful families. Members of these families are practically nobility, which is why everyone unquestionably obeyed Heather Cho throughout her macadamia nut tirade. Following the whole thing, Korean Air went out of their way to silence the incident and prevent it from getting into the public eye.
I'd take $2 million to not say anything. If I'm one of them, I'd go, give me $5 million. Retirement money. I won't say anything. You don't need it? No, but I'm saying if you're an average worker, I'd be like, I'd rather get $5 million and just dip.
And pressuring them into lying about the situation during the investigation from South Korea's Ministry of Transport.
Oh, that's really bad.
He gave Park a statement to say to the investigators, and Korean Air executives were reportedly present during the entire questioning. Since Park could tell the investigation was biased, he reported the story directly to the media, and that was when things got bad for Korean Air. They immediately issued a statement addressing the situation, apologizing for the inconvenience, but saying that it was Heather Cho's responsibility to enforce the procedures of the cabin crew, and she was simply doing her job. Not sure what kind of job requires you to attack your employees.
To hit him in the knuckles with an iPad and make him get on his knees. I think if anything, it'd be like, hey man, you're doing this wrong.
But maybe she was just making sure their combat skills were up to par. Their justification for Park being fired, despite him being totally in the right, was that he hadn't produced the proof quickly enough. And
he got the iPad code wrong is why they fired him. He mistyped the password. Wow.
We know a woman who delayed a flight by 45 minutes over a bag of nuts really values timeliness.
No, and that's like, dude, people always go, oh, 45 minutes, you know, your flight's delayed. That's not too bad. But you got to realize, like, a flight getting delayed like 20 minutes is a butterfly effect for the rest of that day is what's so fucked. Like, if you have 1 hour, if you have a flight in the morning get delayed by an hour, every flight on that plane for the rest of the day is now delayed at least an hour.
Further research into Cho revealed that this was not her first time behaving like this. In 2013, she physically assaulted a flight attendant who served her improperly cooked ramen noodles. This woman really is a hero for everyone who despises airline food. Cho was also involved in a separate controversy that same year when she traveled to Hawaii to give birth to her twin boys, therefore allowing them to be US citizens and avoid the South Korean mandatory military service. And in the interest of efficiency, maybe she was even able to clobber some flight attendants on the journey there. In fact, it seems most of the Cho family has a history of mean behavior, with Heather's sister, brother, and mother all involved in
water rage? What is it? What is it with nut rage? Brother of nut rage heiress injures mom in Christmas Day feud over power control? Or mum? Korean Air matriarch receives suspended jail sentence for abusing domestic staff. Why are they always hitting their employees?
Similar scandals. So the public wasn't buying the half-assed apology, and sales of Korean Air flights had dropped by 6.6%. Finally, the airline was forced to admit defeat. Cho Yang-ho stood before journalists and publicly apologized for his daughter's nut rage, calling it a foolish act and saying, "It's my fault. As chairman and father, I ask for the public's generous forgiveness." He also said that his daughter would be resigning from her positions at Korean Air. Heather Cho herself then stepped up to apologize in front of the media, hanging her head in shame and announcing that she would also be personally apologizing to Park and Kim. She reportedly went to their houses to do so, but neither of them were home, probably busy looking for jobs. So she left them both notes saying sorry instead.
They didn't get, bro, she left them a note saying sorry. Oh my God. Why don't they just give them money? Like, I know that's like a sweep under the rug thing, but if it's like, you're gonna abuse those employees like that and then fire them, it's like, give them $1 million. And then it's like, it's not all as good, but it's like, okay, you know, I got something out of this.
Glad she handled this apology like she was delivering a package that required a signature. Still, the backlash had reached a new level, with some people describing it as a national embarrassment and proof of chaebol power abuse. The whole thing was then taken to court, where Heather Cho was found guilty of obstructing aviation safety and sentenced to 10 months in prison. She was released after 5. And I honestly have no idea if that's too much of a punishment or not enough. Korean Air was also fined
Yeah, I don't really know. I've never been presented woman crashes out for getting nuts and hits guy with iPad.
$2.57 million by the Transport Ministry for the incident, as well as being ordered to pay $45,000 to Park for what he
Bro, what? Why is the ministry suing for $2.57 million and the employee gets $45K? Like, what type of lame-ass shit is that? Why is the ministry not giving that money to him? $40K? Bro, $40K? Are you serious? So he just gets a yearly salary. Yeah, that's good, but it's like, bro, like, you were a part of, like, a big-ass thing with, like, Korean Air abusing employees.
And led to a revision in the South Korean aviation laws, increasing the punishments for disruptive passengers. But the best thing to come from this was in South Korean supermarkets, where sales of macadamia nuts rose 250% following the incident. And that wasn't even some kind of protest. The whole thing just gave people a craving, I guess. It also
yeah, I haven't had macadamia nuts in a while now that I'm thinking about it.
Gave Heather Cho a bad public image, which seems to have followed her over the years. In 2023, she changed her name from Cho Hyun-ah to Cho Seong-yeon. Yeah, that should fix everything. As for the only other passenger in first class, she actually contacted Korean Air about the incident after it happened. In response, the airline sent her a calendar and a model airplane as an apology. And honestly, I don't think they owe her anything.
Holy corporate dystopia. Sorry you had a bad time. Here's a Korean Air themed calendar and a little plastic thing you could put on your desk.
She already got to witness the greatest in-flight entertainment of all time. Now please consider subscribing, or I'll turn this whole plane around and banish you to JFK Airport.
Oh god, JFK Airport, I can't go there. I'll subscribe. JFK Airport's fucking hell. Only airport worse, Newark Airport. Miami Airport also sucks. Newark Airport blows. Denver Airport's the size of a fucking country. Ever go to Denver Airport? Get from gate A to gate J. Takes 30 minutes. Fucking walking for 9 hours trying to get anywhere Denver Airport. All airports suck? Nah, some are chill. A lot of Texas airports are pretty easy to navigate. Atlanta Airport and Newark ain't that bad. Newark Airport sucks. It really does. Parking at Newark Airport's terrible. It's like fucking $500 for like 3 days. Dude, long-term parking is horrible. I don't know the worst airport I've ever been. I went to St. Martin Airport when it was after the hurricane. They had wires hanging from the ceiling. And it was like the airport was like half broken. I was like, wow, this is rough. There was no AC either. But that was also like, hey, they just got hit with a hurricane. So can't really knock them, you know. All right, next video, chat. Six most disturbing internet trends.
Angel of Death Challenge. On June 3rd, 2022, an 18-year-old teen tragically passed away after falling in front of a truck in Tangerang, Indonesia. However, what made this particular incident stand out among the dozens of traffic-related deaths on Indonesian roads every day was that this was not an accident.
In 2022, 31,000 people died in Indonesia due to road crashes. 2% of all deaths in the country. How many people die of car crashes in the U.S. every year? 40,000 motor vehicle deaths. God damn. I know there's like fucking 400 million people in the United States, but that's still insane. Indonesia, it's even more crazy because their population is fucking so much less. Oh, no, it's not. It's 100 million less, which is a lot, but percentage-wise, like 30% less.
This was not an accident. Instead, this was the result of one of the most disturbing internet trends that was sweeping the country during this time.
Oh my god, to try and jump over a fucking moving vehicle?
Actually started back in 2021, but exploded in popularity in mid-2022. The trend was called the Malaikat Maut Challenge, or the Angel of Death Challenge in English. It involved TikTokers, mainly teenagers, playing a game with oncoming traffic, particularly loaded trucks. Their goal was to
like chicken?
Run out onto a busy street in front of a truck, hope it stops before hitting them without flinching, and post the video of the stunt online. But
what? And that went viral. So it's not even chicken. The premise of the video or the challenge is that they run out the fucking semi trucks hauling down the fucking road and they just see if they get hit or not. And then if you don't, you win.
Completing this dangerous challenge successfully was a lot harder than many of its unfortunate participants realized. Most of them jumped onto the road as the truck got extremely close, giving the driver virtually no time to notice them and apply the brakes. But even when drivers had enough time to see the kids performing these stunts, they still couldn't slow down in time to prevent tragedy. Trucks usually carry heavy cargo, and that weight doesn't stop on a dime. The heavier the load, the longer the braking distance, sometimes stretching dozens of meters.
Yeah, you're not even really testing the person. You're testing how far and how big of the load they have is whether or not you fucking live or die.
After the brakes are fully pressed. So by the time the drivers reacted, it was already too late. Not to mention the fact that this trend was also putting the truck drivers at risk, both physically and psychologically.
Oh, yeah, they swerve off the fucking road. They're just waiting for people. Like, yeah, if you're an Indonesian truck driver, you're just worried people are going to fucking jump in front of your car.
For one of these cases, involving a 14-year-old participating in this challenge, the driver fled the scene, likely out of fear of facing criminal charges. If he had instead stopped and cooperated, the footage the teenager's friends captured for TikTok would have proven his innocence. But by running away, he turned himself into a hit-and-run suspect, potentially jeopardizing his job and even his freedom depending on the charges he received. Following the incident in Tangerang, Indonesian police acted quickly to prevent further tragedies. They managed to stop 14 more kids from attempting the same dangerous stunt that very day.
And they were still doing it after they knew, like, a lot of people that were participating were just dying just for the views on TikTok. Holy fuck. I've never even heard of this. Dude, this reminds me, it's not in the same thing, but it's like, you know those insurance fraud people in the United States that'll purposely jump in front of moving vehicles so they can claim injury and sue you? Those people are fucking losers. I saw one where a guy had a dash cam. They jumped in front of his car. He fucking hit him. And then he was like, he rolls down his window. He goes, I have a fucking dash cam, and just keeps driving. And the person they hit probably just fucking broke their leg or some shit. Like, it's not even a hit and run. I don't know. I don't know if that's illegal for him to do, but I was watching that. I was like, God damn, bro.
Continued to monitor the city over the upcoming months. However, the attempts in Tangerang, Indonesia were only a small part of the global trend that cost several lives and left many others with life-altering injuries over the next year. Thankfully, TikTok eventually stepped in and removed all content related to the Angel of Death challenge.
Oh my god, it was actually called the Angel of Death challenge while it was going on. It wasn't like coined that after.
And since social media validation was the main reason participants took part in this
yeah, bro, like that, he was just gonna fucking go stand in front of that shit.
Was the main reason participants took part in this dangerous trend. The platform's ban caused it to gradually fade into obscurity. Happy slapping. On the 21st of January 2005, the Tez magazine in the UK reported on a new trend spreading rapidly across.
Isn't there a known trend in like New York and in other big cities where like teenagers will ride on the top of subways or trains and just get fucking like clipped on a railing or something and just die? And they just still do it. But I don't know if it's like a trend for social media or if it's just like a way to fast travel. Yeah, they'll like subway surf and then just get fucking murdered.
Across the country, something they referred to as happy slapping. Contrary to its name, however, the trend was anything but happy. In essence, it involved people, often young adults or teenagers, going up to a random person, slapping them, recording their shocked reaction, and then sharing that video with others.
So it was just an assault challenge. Walk up, slap, punch somebody in the face, see what they react.
Personal camcorders and phones with cameras were becoming a lot more accessible during this time, allowing the attackers to record their crime and share it as
I'm assuming they slap somebody and then the person they slap ends up pulling out a gun or a knife and killing them.
Something funny. These happy slapping videos were shared all over the internet for the whole world to see. As for how this trend initially started, some reports from the time linked them to violent TV shows like Jackass and Dirty Sanchez. A big difference between these shows and the happy slapping videos, however, was that everyone on TV consented to enduring the pain on camera. The people filming happy slapping videos, on the other hand, usually targeted complete strangers and bystanders for what they perceived as social clout.
Yeah, Dirty Sanchez. Isn't Dirty Sanchez when you shit on somebody's face and so it looks like a mustache?
As a media expert from that time explained it, what we see the kids watching these shows doing is thinking, well, maybe I could stage my own scenes of pain and humiliation along these lines. Then with happy slapping, people are drawn in as random victims rather than the kind of voluntary performances we get in the shows that are being copied. I think happy slapping has become a shortcut in the eyes of the slappers to fame and notoriety among the people who see the images circulated on the web or sent to them via their mobile phones. And while that was already bad enough on its own, things quickly took an even darker turn. As time went on, the recordings became increasingly violent, likely in an effort to outdo one another and stand out in the sea of dozens, if not hundreds of similar videos.
Yeah, and they would just start assaulting people.
Things went from humiliating but physically harmless slaps to coordinated attacks resulting in permanent injuries. One of the worst cases of this happened on August 31st, 2009 in South London. A A 67-year-old retired care worker named Ekram Haq left the mosque on Church Lane in Tooting, England after the evening prayer, where he was then approached by two boys, 15-year-old Hamza Lazai and 16-year-old Leon Elcock, wanting to make a happy slapping video. Things quickly spiraled out of control as neither of them held back, resulting in Ekram passing away a week later from a severe head injury he received during the incident. The two were eventually identified and arrested after police reviewed CCTV footage from a nearby camera. Both pled guilty to manslaughter, with Leon receiving a 4.5-year sentence and Hamza sentenced to 3.5 years in prison. The happy slapping trend as a whole eventually faded away after the UK and the surrounding countries started treating it as a significant threat to public safety, with France even criminalizing it and giving it a punishment of up to 5 years in prison.
But it's on its own different category as something else. Like, it's not just like assault, it's a happy slapping crime or like a performative crime.
Skullbreaker Challenge. On February 14th, 2020, 12-year-old Parker Smith was invited by his friends.
What is the name of this challenge?
Skullbreaker Challenge. On February 14th, 2020, 12-year-old Parker Smith was invited by his friends to film what seemed like a harmless jumping contest with them. He agreed, and on camera jumped the highest he could, but instead of landing safely on his feet, he fell backward and fractured his right arm. He was rushed to the hospital immediately, and fortunately made a full recovery over the following weeks.
What? Like, there's a challenge to just jump as high as possible? I feel like that's really normal.
However, what seemed like a simple accident turned out to be part of a disturbing internet trend his two friends were attempting to recreate. The so-called...
Oh. Is this that shit where they get you to jump and then they kick you or something and you, like, eat shit and fucking smack your arm? I remember that. Yeah.
Called a Skullbreaker
You stand in the middle and they fucking flip you.
Challenge required 3 people to stand in a line and somehow convince the person in the middle to jump. As soon as they did, the two on the outside swept the legs of the one in the middle who was usually unaware of what was about to happen. This caused them to fall backward, usually on their head, which is where the trend got its name from. It started earlier that year after a video of 2 students from Spain doing it on their friend went viral on social media platforms like TikTok, prompting countless imitators to try and recreate its success. And, as you might imagine, the results were disastrous.
Yeah, you land on the back of your head, you're fucking paralyzed.
With Parker being one of the lucky ones for walking away with just a fractured arm. Many others were knocked unconscious by the impact, suffered from severe concussions, and some even needed multiple stitches across their skull and face. The most devastating of these incidents happened on January 24, 2020 in Cherry Hill,
I think, like,
New Jersey, when
in New Jersey? Did somebody die? Hold up. I was going to say, the harmless version of this is, you know when somebody's sitting in a plastic lawn chair? You kick the leg out and they fall. But they're going to fall a foot. They're going to fall on their side. That's like, you know, who gives a shit? Nobody's going to get hurt type of prank. But like, hey, jump as high as you can in the air. I'm gonna kick your leg so you fall on the back of your fucking head.
Suffered from severe concussions. Incidents happened on January 24, 2020 in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, when a group of 7th graders attempted the challenge in school. Unfortunately, the victim fell way too hard on their head, causing them to lose consciousness and have a seizure. He luckily survived the incident and eventually recovered without any permanent head trauma.
You think those students got expelled?
However, his initial condition was bad enough that authorities arrested the other 2 13-year-old boys.
Wow.
They were charged with 3rd-degree aggravated assault and 3rd-degree endangering an injured victim since the harm they caused was mostly intentional. Now, I wasn't able to find any reports on whether the
I think it was also the, can I say it's the strength at which you kick them. I don't think it's necessarily horrible if you do it to your friend and you get him to jump, you kick him, and then catch him. But if you're like, hey, buddy, jump, hup, hup, and then you just fucking, like beeline the shit out of his leg so he actually just falls on the fucking back of his head versus, like, on his butt.
Charges were dropped or not. But even if they were, being arrested for
I don't think the strength matters. No, it's fucked up either way, but I think there is a level of, like, malicious intent or not involved. Like, I don't think everybody that wanted to do that challenge was like, I want to hurt my friend. But I think some people that did it, too late, I gotta read that.
And laminated.
It's not too late to take this Bible, find other believers, Be careful who you trust. Do not take the mark in hand or forehead. Huh?
Note cards of scripture.
Where did everybody go? Many people vanished because they believe in Jesus Christ, Son of God. And in something, take them to heaven. This is God to save those who trust him.
For the sinners who she believed would
oh my
enter
God,
her
this
home.
is like so reminding me of when I left the gym one day and some dude shoved a fucking card in my door and I read it in my car and he was claiming to be Jesus Christ in the flesh. And he was asking for, like, help in his search to create his own new, like, subsect of... I've told you guys this story. This was, like, a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago. I left the gym, and there was a dude that shoved, like, a pamphlet in my fucking car door. And I read it, and he literally was claiming to be the reincarnation of Jesus Christ. Like, he was... I wish I kept it. I threw it out, and it was, like... full-blown religious psychosis. It was the craziest thing I've ever read from, like, a random guy.
Probably fornicate with each other, because what else are they going to do with hell on earth?
It's true. No rules.
Did you get an autograph? No, I didn't see the dude. It was just in my door.
Like Jesus said, I am going to come in 2 weeks, and I'm going to take all of the sinners and leave them.
Do you think he meant the other come?
Yeah, what if that was the thing? What if Joshua was right and he was like, hey, by the way, Joshua, I'm going to come in 2 weeks. I cannot wait for that day.
Jesus, what?
Whoa! Other believers began quitting their jobs, selling their cars, and rumors spread that some people were even selling their homes. According to one user online, her psychiatrist permanently closed her practice because she fully believed that the rapture was coming. A psychiatrist. She completely abandoned her patients and began posting TikToks about her excitement for...
I think you probably shouldn't be going to that psychiatrist to begin with, but I think that's honestly a good thing. I think... if you have a psychiatrist and she shuts down her business because she fully believes the rapture is coming, I think, honestly, you've probably done yourself a solid to find another psychiatrist.
The end times. Her patients were left in disbelief and shared her videos showing how insane she looked for abandoning her decade-long practice and for posting about TikTok.
Thank you, Rapture Talk, for making me get rid of everything they own for free and not care. Why does she have 9 fucking cameras from like 2003?
It's online.
My God, why do you have so many cameras?
Wow.
Well, that's the thing. If it's just going to happen, you got a 2-week heads up. Take a 2 weeks vacation. See if it,
No. I'm closing it down. It's the principal, Nick. Because she's like, it doesn't matter. We're free. She's letting them know, too. She's making a statement, right? She's standing behind. She's staying on business. Listen.
you should yourself.
You should go on the tallest building. You should kill yourself. Jump off it, no fly. Big splat on ground. Hey, we just want to thank today's sponsor real quick, Star Ford. And hey, back to the video. Since they were not expecting to be left on Earth, people began to give away all their money to random strangers. Smart. An Uber driver posted about how they were picking up a couple after church who were crying hysterically.
And they get in my car and, they're weeping. And so I'm like, hey, is everything okay? They were like, yeah, the Lord is coming back. Jesus is coming back tomorrow. And I was like, wait, like tomorrow? They were like, yeah, I think it's like between the 23rd and the 24th. I was like, oh.
Bro, I'd get fired over that shit. Oh my God, I would get banned on the Uber app. I'd be like, your crazy ass thinks you're getting raptured tomorrow, bro. I wouldn't be able to hold that in. Like if I was Uber driving 2 people out of church and they were crying, saying they were gonna get taken in light, like floating into the sky, I'd be like, bro, you need.
Okay.
They said they believed the rapture was coming the next day and wanted to bless their driver with the remaining money since they wouldn't need it. Oh, dude,
this makes us Christians look bad. I think most people recognize the difference between Christianity and insane people that think they're getting raptured. Like now, right? Like believing the rapture different from being like, yeah, I'm getting raptured tomorrow.
It's a blessing in disguise. God was just like, you got it, dude. There's your tip. You know what I mean? So before they got out of the car, they handed their driver a huge roll of cash containing various dollar bills and coins from around the world.
So it's like a bundle full of cash. Now,
they just gave him money?
Various dollar bills and coins from around the world.
So it's like a bundle full of cash. Now, keep in mind, in this bundle, there's even coins in it because it was like in this like cup thingy or whatever. So there's even like euros, and I see some Canadian money in here. So there's dollars, there's hundreds, there's 20s, there's 5s. Like there's all the denominations inside of this. So I have yet to count it up. So I'm going to count it up and come back. Hold on.
After counting it up, it totaled to over $1,900.
They gave bro $2,000? Nah, him being nice was probably the move. What the fuck?
They also said that they were getting together in their neighborhood to discuss giving away their homes and more.
Oh my God, dude. Oh no, that's dickhead shit if you feed into that. I would have to be like, please don't do this. You're fucking yourself over. But part of me so bad would want to be like, I'll buy your house. I'll buy your house for $1. I'll buy your house for $1 if you want to.
Their money. He's like, could you give me your address? Tell me the time for that. I would love to know the exact time and place for that. Hold on. Jesus is giving me another message. You should open up your garage door and let this man live in the basement free of charge. Okay, Jesus. All right, you're coming home with us. Who knows? Jesus works in mysterious ways.
I was going to say, this sounds... Okay, here's the thing. I think Jesus was pulling a prank. I think he...
Haha, Joshua. Knock, knock. He's met Jesus. I was kidding the whole time. Practical joke on Joshua. But here's the thing. I didn't joke about Joshua. There he's come all over my feet and my legs.
What the fuck is he saying right now?
Said that's what happened 2 weeks ago. Oh, Jesus, you're gone done pulled the prank on me. Not even Africa. It's like Jamaica. All right. Another person received a $300 tip from a woman who was overly generous for the same reason. Their coworker also received a $777 from the same woman, but after the rapture failed to happen, she came back demanding the money be returned to her. That's
demanding it be returned to her? You giving her money back, chat? This woman tips you $1,000 because she thinks she's getting raptured. I'd feel like a dick if I don't give the money back, but I'd also be like, I would outwardly give her the money back, and I'd be like, okay, I'll give you $1,000 if you write "I'm stupid" on your forehead. Like, I would have to be like, bro, come on. Like, you need to... I would be like, I need something out of this for shock value, just because you're outwardly just but you're handing your money away. Why are you doing that?
It's not very Christ-like, lady. Not every Christian believed in this, as many were trying to tell the others that this is literally stated in the Bible that only God knows when the rapture...
She was going to leave me behind, but only give me $300. That is fair. I'd be like, if she give me $300, I'd be like, why not the whole bank account? I mean, fucking sitting there. Actually, do you have more than... Did you drive here in a car? Oh, could you sign the pink slips to me, or?
Is coming. Yeah, but Jesus told Joshua, it's me, Jesus, again. I'm being for real this time.
Oh, Jesus, I am not listening to you.
Jesus, I cannot listen anymore. The people...
She comes back the next day. Can I have my car back? Already blew it up with a rocket launcher. What? Yeah, it was for a YouTube video. It only got like 10 views, though. It was pretty... You want to see? Here it is, though. It's just their car getting fucking demolished.
Oh, mud.
Yeah, I actually gave it to Mr. Beast. He exploded it in a Squid Games segment, if that makes you feel any better.
I feel like I had like a really good like African thing going at the beginning, and then it slipped away. Others pointed out that people have been predicting the rapture since the 1800s and would always try and convince people to worry about the next upcoming final day, right? This one's not to just worry about the next one. However, the 23rd and 24th came and went. Nobody was called up for the pearly gates, and everyone went about their day as usual. Some who believe the hoax claimed that they got the date wrong.
No shot this many people were outside waiting.
It said it was actually next year, or a few years down the road, or maybe a couple more years after that. And some questioned their faith, and the pastor who made the initial prediction went live and apologized for everything. Oh, God. Why did I do that? It was not even Jesus who called to me, it was my mom.
Can a brother make a mistake?
Well, let's go back in time and take a look at other historic examples, like the predictions proposed by William Miller. It looks a little haunting. William, you know, if he said anything to me, I'd be like, okay, William, the world's gonna end tomorrow, face.
What was the one from 2012? That was the Mayan calendar, right?
Thank you, William. William was a clergyman that had become obsessed with the Bible after returning from fighting in the Battle of Plattsburgh in
Aztec calendar?
1814. Just want to show maybe a picture of it.
No, show some footage.
Oh, there's 2000. Yeah, there's the year 2000, 2012.
Yeah, shows footage of...
Do you think if humans are still alive in the year 2999, there's going to be like a movement that the world's going to end on the year 3000. I wonder if humans will still be that stupid. Yeah, why 3K?
Of the Battle of Plattsburgh in 1814, when cameras were definitely around. Crazy stuff. He found himself particularly fascinated with the concept of Christ's return, aka he had PTSD and he might have been a schizophrenic. After seeing people die, you know what's kind of wild? Jesus coming back, right guys? Okay, William. He became responsible for creating the Protestant religion movement known as Millerism, aka the followers of the belief that the second coming of Christ would occur sometime between March 21st, 1843 and March 21st, 1844. In that realm, right? This movement became popular.
But where do they get these dates from? Just like random scripture passages that they interpret in like a poetic way? Like, how are they getting this specific year?
Amassing an estimated 100,000 followers that were convinced that the world
Volunteers sat at a desk with a machine in front of them. That machine delivers a shock. Wires connected the machine to a chair in the next room. Each volunteer watched as another man was strapped into the chair. Electrodes were attached to his body. Then a barrier was placed between them. From that moment on, the volunteer could not see the person in the electric chair. The instructions were straightforward. The volunteer would ask a question. The man in the chair would answer. If the answer was wrong, the volunteer pressed a switch and delivered an electric shock.
You're going to read these words out and see if he can remember them. And if he gets it wrong, you hit this button and deliver a shock.
But the shocks weren't all the same.
He was told to increase the voltage with each wrong answer.
That was the task. Press a button and shock another person for making a mistake. Milgram wanted to see how far volunteers would go before they refused.
Cloud, horse, rock, house. Answer. Wrong.
Each shock triggered a reaction from the man in the chair.
Answer. Wrong. 150 volts.
However,
150 volts? Wouldn't that fucking kill you? How many volts? How many volts kills someone? Above 50 volts is considered dangerous.
There was one more thing the volunteer didn't know. The man in the chair was an actor. He wasn't actually being shocked. His reactions were fake. As the experiment continued, the actor yelled to stop.
Experiment, that's all. Get me out of here. Get me out of here, please. I refuse to go on. Let me out.
At this point, the volunteers hesitated.
He says he's not going to go on. Please continue.
He says he doesn't want to go on.
We must continue.
But the researchers insisted they continue.
The experiment requires you continue, teacher. Please continue.
And most volunteers did. They felt they were doing something wrong, but they kept pushing the button.
So the guy keeps getting it wrong, keeps getting it wrong. Around 250 volts, he's screaming.
Some volunteers strongly protested.
I'm not going to kill that man there. I mean, who's going to take the responsibility if anything happens to that gentleman?
I'm responsible for anything that happens here. Continue, please.
Eventually, the man in the other room went silent.
I think something's happened to that fellow in there. I don't get no answer.
Oh my god, dude. You know how scary that is? You do the last shock and he just has no fucking response?
At that point, the experiment ended.
And now you just think he killed somebody?
Milgram published the results in 1963.
2/3 of volunteers were prepared to administer a potentially fatal electric shock when encouraged to do so.
In total, 65% of volunteers went all the way to the maximum 450 volts. That meant that if the shocks were real, they would have ended the person in the chair. Milgram's experiment proved something disturbing. People don't need to be evil to do harm. Sometimes they just have to be told to do it.
Decent American.
It's a fucked up experiment, but this is like one of the only ones where what was taken away from it is like, it explains a lot of like war, where one guy can make millions of people die by basically just commanding the people below them who command the people below them who command the people below them.
Citizens were as capable of committing acts against their conscience as the Germans had been under the Nazis.
The monster study. What could make an experiment so disturbing that people called it the monster study? The study was created by Wendell Johnson. He was a respected professor at the University of Iowa. Despite his success, he lived with a deep personal struggle. Johnson stuttered a lot. Stuttering is a speech impediment that disrupts the normal flow of speaking. Back in the 1930s, doctors believed stuttering was caused by a biological defect. In other words, stutterers were simply born that way. But Johnson had a different theory based on his personal experience.
You know what fascinates me is Tourette's. I've seen people with Tourette's. I've never actually met somebody with Tourette's. I've always wanted to know, like, how that works. You know? Like, I know this, like, the science behind it, but I'm saying, Jinxie has Tourette's? Jinxie has Tourette's? He has, like, smaller tics, though. Really? What, where he blinks? Yeah, like this? I thought he just does that. I'm more so talking about people with Tourette's that outburst physically. You know what I mean? Like people that curse, like they just have like things they say. Like usually they'll have like a set few that kind of just like outbursts and then like maybe they change over time. I'm just like, how does that work? Like your brain just immediately triggers you to do it unconsciously. It makes more sense like the with the eyes like blinking because it's like a physical just twitch almost versus something that's like verbally being like a vocal stim.
Apparently, he had spoken normally his whole life until the age of about 5 or 6.
I gotta ask Jinxie about that.
6, when a teacher told his
Does he talk about that?
Parents that he was starting to exhibit a bit of a stutter.
That comment from his teacher was a trigger. Johnson became anxious about speaking.
He coughs.
Over time, he actually...
I've never noticed. See, that's what's so... I've never... Like, and I've played games with him, and I watched Jinxie. I've just never... I've noticed the blinking, but I thought that's just him blinking.
Developed a stutter.
Looking back, he concluded that it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Had he not been...
Talk to Lacey about it. Does Lacey have Tourette's?
So worried about not developing a stutter and so obsessed over his speech, he never would have become a stutterer.
Well, yeah, okay, sorry. We're getting really sidetracked. The coughing I also didn't notice because when I've been playing with him recently, he had the flu.
Johnson wanted to prove that stuttering was caused by negative feedback, not biology. To do this, he needed kids he could study without interference. In 1939, Johnson walked into an orphanage and told the staff a lie. He said he wanted to give the children speech therapy. The staff agreed, thinking Johnson was there to help. Johnson ran the study with his graduate student, Mary Tudor. Together, they selected 22 kids. Some were stutterers, others were not. The researchers divided them into 4 groups. The first group was made up of kids who already stuttered. The goal was to help them feel calm so that their stuttering stopped, so the researchers praised them all the time. Everyone in the second group was also a stutterer. In this case, the researchers wanted them to feel anxious so their stutter would worsen, therefore they were criticized constantly. The third group was full of children who spoke normally. They were praised and encouraged to keep speaking just the way they were. Then there was the final group. These children spoke perfectly before the
Oh my god, and they wanted to give them a stutter?
Study, but the researchers wanted to make them start stuttering. To achieve that, they were constantly criticized. They were accused of stuttering even when their words were clear.
They were told, you must try to stop yourself immediately. Use your willpower. Do anything to keep from stuttering. Don't ever speak unless you can do it right.
After that, the researchers...
Holy shit.
Recorded what happened to each group. The 2 groups that received negative feedback were deeply affected. The children who already stuttered became more anxious, and just like Johnson predicted, their stuttering got worse. But what about those the researchers were trying to turn into stutterers? Well, that didn't work. The criticism did not make them suddenly start stuttering. However, it shattered their self-confidence.
Every child in this group began to struggle in school. Some of them refused to talk, even to their friends.
One was so distressed that she ran away.
Literally just giving people anxiety.
Away from the orphanage. This clip sums it up well.
The children who were given negative feedback became more withdrawn, self-conscious, and frustrated, whether or not they actually had a stutter to begin with.
When Johnson shared the results with his colleagues, they were horrified. They warned him that publishing the study could destroy his career. According to reports, they were the ones who nicknamed it the monster study. Johnson never published the study. He hid the documents and hoped his actions would stay buried.
The children also weren't debriefed after the project was over, and
they just left? They didn't go, hey, you were a part of an experiment, by the way, to try and, like, somewhat mend the fucking anxiety that they gave them. They just left. They were just like, all right, well, we couldn't help you.
There was no real follow-up on how they may have been affected by the study long-term.
When Johnson passed away, he was praised as a respected professor. At that point, no one knew about the orphans, but that changed in 2001. A reporter uncovered records of the monster experiment. When the story became public, people were outraged. Some of the kids from the experiment were still alive. They were now in their 80s. Most claimed they struggled with anxiety and shame. The survivors sued the state of Iowa, which is where the study took place. In 2007, the state paid almost $1 million in compensation. There was no debate. The monster experiment should have never happened. This next experiment got so destructive it had to be stopped early. The Stanford prison experiment.
Somebody said, wait, this happened to Jinxie. Bro, you're a dumbass. This happened in, like, the fucking 30s, bro. There was just a picture of kids in black and white from, like, almost 100 years ago.
This experiment was designed to create an atmosphere of oppression.
I'm sorry, that was rude. I was just a stupid... You know how they say there's no stupid questions?
For years, Zimbardo studied how people behave in prisons, the military, and even offices. In each place, he noticed the same pattern. People in power often treated others badly. Over time, Zimbardo formed a theory. People didn't commit cruel acts because they were born evil. They did them because the situation allowed it. Simply put, power can bring out the worst in people, but it was only a theory.
I mean, yeah, I don't want to say this is also one that, you probably could have known the result beforehand, but I think, like, a lot of philosophers talk about this shit, too, where it's, like, a lot of religions and a lot of just, like, historical proceedings in general and how everybody's desires root in power. Not everyone's, but most things that people want or root in power. If you want money, money is power. If you want, you know, to be athletic, athleticism is power. If you want this, like, everything that you go to is some level of power or, like, power trip in some way that people try to achieve.
To test it, he needed to create an environment where power could be abused. That idea became the Stanford Prison Experiment. Zimbardo built a makeshift prison in the basement of a college building. Cameras were installed to record everything that happened. He